Hello, good evening, and welcome to the Ultras Sunday Lazy Stream. We're going to just be gassing about general Gamergate stuff, really. Um, we're on the subject just in the green room then of SRH butts. I was just mentioning why I don't I don't I, why I don't like engaging with people like that and that kind of thing. And we were just generally on the subject of slagging them off. So we'll probably carry on with that for a little bit, and then drift into some of the more important subjects of the week and the weekend. So that is sort of why I don't bother with the chat too much and that kind of thing. Has everybody been well this week?
Oh, yes.
Can't
Yeah,
complain.
excellent, excellent.
Had a relatively good week.
Yeah, it's had its happenings, hasn't it? And the weekend has certainly been interesting. I've enjoyed all the science fiction stuff with the Hugo Awards and that. That's shaping up to be an interesting Scrabble.
I was going to ask about the Hugo Awards because I haven't had a chance to read up on it yet. What's the...
Yes, I was actually, yes, I want to ask the same question. Could you give a quick rundown on it?
Me three.
Yeah, excellent. We'll talk about that. Let me just in the background get up uh, all the stuff that I had to hand earlier and then put away to do this. Yeah, but essentially the Hugo Awards stuff, and in a way the fight back to it has been going on for a little while, and it's been going on in sort of parallel, but really out of sight to a certain extent of Gamergate. And until recently, until this weekend, where suddenly Brianna Wu piped up and said, "Oh, Gamergate have come and got involved in this and in this Hugo Awards thing, and they've brigaded all these people out of awards and that kind of thing," which was preposterous. And we were thinking, what is a Hugo? Like that sounds a bit fairyish. Like what are we, some male model or something?
Hugo Boss.
Hugo Boss suits. Why would we do that? Yeah, and so people looked into it and went, "Oh, it's science fiction awards or whatever." Okay, I haven't read a book
I
in
guess
like
someone
10 years, but sorry, yes.
I'm pretty
someone
sure
won.
Frank Woo's the Hugo.
Someone won who wasn't supposed to win, and then the only thing I picked up was the conspiracy theories that folded. You know that Gamergate had rigged the Hugo Awards.
Yeah.
Wait, how are we... How do we have the power to rig something?
Well, this
How
is
are we
it.
doing that?
Yeah, it's a prestigious award, and if you want to vote on it at all, you have to pay a $40 registration fee. They then send you ebook versions of all the stuff that's been nominated for the award, and presumably the forms so you can vote, the e-forms you can vote on. So few of us have got $40 and the time to read through a load of books and short novellas and stories to to have an informed vote. So clearly, and I've heard nothing about it. If there was an operation with that name, we'd all know about it. But there's been nothing of the sort from us and that kind of thing. But still, we've been accused of it. What's really happened is a group called the Sad Puppies, who are very similar to us in many ways. There's also another group called the Rabid Puppies, which sounds far more up my street or our street. Yeah. What sort of happened is they realised that this SJW block voting was happening in the awards, and that over the last few years, since it had been happening, the whole scene had been was tapering off. The stories that were coming out were getting worse and worse and worse, and flatter and blander, and they couldn't deal with any difficult topics. They cut the corners off all the difficult edges of their stories, avoid too much violence and this kind of thing. And people were thinking, and always they would be cramming in the social justice narrative everywhere. And because it was all new to them, it was all kind of, you'd have some of it where it was well crafted by obvious feminist writers and that who were just paying lip service to science fiction. But perhaps more embarrassingly, you'd get science fiction writers who realised they weren't going to get anywhere unless they were doing it this way, who didn't really understand the stuff and would just, out of total fear, write something they think was going to be appreciated and critically acclaimed. and it would turn out to be absolute shite that people couldn't understand or couldn't believe had come from an author that they'd previously liked. I think there has been apparently some issues where a previously good author has suddenly got shit over the last few years, and people think, what the fuck? So anyway, at the back of this is a company, I believe, called Tor, and a bunch of authors and writers and people, figures in the science fiction industry, who've sort of got into the habit of block nominating stuff, providing these things called slates, which are sort of group nominations or something that they vote on, to push these awards into the Hugo nomination system, or to push these books into the Hugo nomination system. And it seems that there might also be some shit happening up in the Hugo voting system as well for the final stuff as to who gets these awards, which are very important because I actually had heard of the Hugo before all this, and Nebula Awards, because I used to love science fiction before age and life swept it out, got rid of my vast collection of pulp fiction books. So that's the problem, apparently. Some of the characters in it are people like a guy called Box Day, who's on the puppy side, and somebody called John Scalzi or something, who's sort of behind this Tor company that's on the side of this SJWs. Obviously, all these names and stuff are new to me. But when you've got Chris Warcraft pitching in and saying stuff, I'll tell you what he said. He said, the only thing that Box Day deserves to win is a trip to a society that believes what he espouses, so a random person can shoot him. Presumably the guy's a libertarian or something. And he goes on to say, because clearly there's nothing they won't try to turn it into a disgusting pit of MRA slime. Bravo, chaps. Slow claps all round. Also hearing news that Gamergate has decided to infect the Hugo Awards this year by nominating homophobic authors sounds about right, which of course we haven't done. I mean, I will say this, Mike Cernovich has jumped in and said, I'll happily chuck $4,000 in to sponsor 100 people to read and vote in this year's Hugos. So he has offered, but he was asking them, is this legal? Because otherwise I wouldn't want to do it. And he was tweeting that at the organisers of the Hugo Awards. So Mike and Mark Kearns jumped in on it. Lots of people were talking about it on Twitter earlier today, but it seems to be less of an issue this evening. So that's my background on it so far. Not very detailed, I'm afraid.
Actually, I think the reason why Brianna Wu jumped in on this was because her husband, Frank Wu, as far as I know, used to be a Hugo Award winner.
Oh, bingo, there's the link.
Maybe he was up for one and didn't get one.
Yeah.
Or didn't get nominated.
Or is the link on the YouTube?
What YouTube?
In the chat.
Oh no, that's the hashtag equality.
That's the hashtag equality video.
Oh, yeah.
Just observing my bits and pieces in the background. Not my literal bits and pieces, I mean my different website stuff. Yeah, so this Hugo thing all told, they're obviously very furious about it because presumably they make a nice chunk of change out of that. Selling lots and lots of books amongst themselves. There has apparently been some notice that science fiction has become dull and weird and very social justice-y over the last few years. And then you have this glorious fight back from the sad puppies and the rabid puppies. And that's the more complicated stuff I haven't really explained. What do you guys think? Do you read much science fiction? No.
Not me. I don't read a whole lot. I used to a lot in high school. I did the more kind of fantasy, dragons and castles reading. But lately, I haven't done a whole lot of reading, which I need to.
Mm.
No, I'm staying out of the sci-fi scene until this stuff is sorted out.
Yeah, it probably isn't worth reading at the moment. I mean, this isn't what annoys me. I too have had a sort of big gap from my reading of sci-fi, which used to be religious. I mean, I get to sleep every night with a different sci-fi book. So I've read hundreds and hundreds and some really good stuff by all the classic Golden Age authors. And to see all that get screwed up is really tragic. Perhaps worse so than games, because that truly had a lot more worth as a medium and an art form. Well, not an art form, as a literary form.
Debatable.
Oh, no, I think so. I think some of them were really good.
I guess it depends on the person. For me, video games have always been more influential than books, because that's what I was raised with. You know, growing up.
Something I find more interesting regarding this whole thing is what did Chris mean when he said Gamergate promoted homophobic authors on the Hugo Awards?
Well,
I guess homophobic just means they didn't like them. Unless they're trying to find something to dislike about them.
I think he was trying to call this writer that calls himself Vox Day or something, where it's not even a publishing house. Well, I think it is a writer. I think it's somebody who's standing as one of the nominations this year. I think he was trying to say he was a homophobic writer because he has at some stage said he doesn't agree with gay marriage. Or they might be referring to Orson Scott Card, who famously has not agreed or said he doesn't support gay marriage or whatever. You know, that's up to him. He might be quite religious. Or he might just think, no, this is no way for society to progress, because if we support gay marriage, then the future will never happen because people will not read. He might have some genuinely sort of quite cranky views. But he's entitled to him. He's a utopian fiction writer. He's supposed to think outside the box and dare to dream. And, you know, it doesn't have to be all peaches and cream, and it doesn't have to be good.
Right, everybody's entitled to their opinion. You know, it's like they say, you know, opinions are like assholes, right?
They're everywhere.
Because
Yes.
outside of what contemporary people just declare art from top down. So something that might be material for a discussion would be that maybe even if those particular people, or even what they wrote, was homophobic, in the actual definition of art, maybe this actually would fall into it more so than all this than anything we'd write or all this Sockja stuff.
No,
Because art, the art that is remembered in the future is always groundbreaking, and it exceeds it challenges or defies the current accepted political and social norms. And since all forms of bigotry are pretty much what is now now there's pretty much witch hunts after bigotry. So actually, according to the definition itself, wouldn't bigoted fiction be the only real art of our time?
True. The only real challenging art that's any good and worth looking at. I would agree to an extent there. Yeah.
It sounds silly, but it sounds silly, doesn't it? But
well, no. And I mean, in artistic terms, that is a good justification, because you can. That's so effective with postmodernism. You can justify fucking anything.
The current social norms and the current social political norms are to spend a lot of time and effort to try and avoid bigotry at all costs. So of course, a writer who specifically writes bigotry would absolutely break that.
Yeah, and even have the SJWs confused. Especially if you came out and said, "Oh, but I specifically write bigotry because against the background of this useful social revolution, la-di-da, It's important that we still have these things out there to confront and what's it the bigot, and so that they can be, I don't know, thrown into the van when the time comes, and they go, oh yes, very wise, clap. Especially if you remember mentioned gas chambers and shit a lot. The long knives of the socialist revolution.
Those were the good guys.
Yes. So yeah, that's it. So forget science fiction, everybody. That's been done with. The future is on hold at the moment till this is sorted out. Because if you don't have decent science fiction, you don't get mobile phones 10 years down the line. It's the Star Trek principle.
Now this is where we move from sci-fi to fantasy, so we'll be learning magic spells next. So.
Yeah. Well, that'd be more or less true. That is more or less true.
It's funny because it reminds me of when I was little. My mother, born-again Christian, always used to tell me that I shouldn't read my Dungeons and Dragons books and everything because, oh goodness, you don't want that kind of stuff to happen in the future. I'm like, the hell yeah, I do.
I'm gonna make a sci-fi film, right?
Dungeons and Dragons in the future?
Where everybody is getting triggered by anything. Because that's the future if people continue like this. So, in the future, everybody's gonna get triggered by anything. That's the sci-fi movie.
That sounds like Harrison Bergeron by Philip K. Dick. I think by Philip K. Dick. A lot of Harrison Bergeron, more or less. And if you don't get triggered, they'll electronically trigger you for you. It's quite weird. No, they will. They put all these headsets on people who thought too much. So if they had these deep or depressing thoughts, they get zapped and they had to stop thinking about it. Very
wow.
Weird. Yeah. Triggered. Sorry,
Triggered
carry
has
on.
new meaning.
Yes.
Oh, doesn't matter, I don't got anything to do. I just wake up, join. I don't know what the fuck is happening. So I'm eating cornflakes.
Excellent. Who are you?
Fucking awesome.
Sorry, I've not met you yet. I could come back to the room and have a look who's in it, but I'm just wandering around in.
It's Mr. Sonic.
Oh, is it? Hello, Mr. Sonic. Ah, yes, I remember you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I don't know what happened. I just saw the link. Oh, are you interested in joining? I just joined just to hear what's happening because I don't know where's the YouTube channel.
Welcome.
Yeah. No, welcome.
That's okay. So what's the topic?
We're on the Hugo Awards stuff at the moment, vaguely, and then
I'm not informed on that at all. So.
Well, it turns out that you're responsible for nominating homophobic writers.
Yeah. You
Really?
interpreted a tweet. Yeah, and it's annoyed all the judging panel of the Hugo Awards and all these different science fiction fans. I'm surprised you haven't noticed yourself being mobbed on Twitter yet.
Me?
Yeah, they were all over your profile earlier. I don't know how, but Brianna Wu tied you into it somehow. You know what they're fucking like.
Me, Mr. Sonic. Really?
That's your Twitter name, isn't it?
No, there's no notification at all.
Must be another Mr. Sonic.
Yeah, it's the
Probably
popular
another one. Oh, it's another one because I don't have any notification. I will be laughing my ass off and talking about it. Because if someone tied me to something, I just read it and send back because I don't know what the fuck is happening. Like it happens to me before. Like people just tap me on something and they're like, okay then now there's my phone ringing the whole time when a new notification happened. Fuck. I just hear like ring, what the fuck is happening? Go to a notification. Oh, just people tag me for some shit that I just wanted to say something once.
That's why I don't use Twitter much. So, Hugo Awards. Where were we?
So
kind of disseminated into where sci-fi is going, really.
That was it, wasn't it? Yeah.
So people are putting political correctness on art like they're trying to do on everything.
Yeah, they're doing the same
Yeah.
kind of thing that they did with the IGDA and stuff, and the IGC with the different competitions and game jams and stuff. They're trying to do all that and create their crew in science fiction, and they've been doing it a lot longer than they have in gaming, by the sound of it. And it's worked really. This group have had control over this major award in science fiction for several years, and it's only just recently that groups have stood up amongst the writers and said, "This is doing no good. You're ruining science fiction."
It's so bad. Frank Wu has won 4 times.
There you go.
Oh god.
Shocking, innit? And it's connected to Gamergate, it seems.
With Frank Wu, the Frank Wu.
Frank Wu, yeah.
Brianna Wu's Frank Wu.
Yeah.
Yeah. And his science fiction cybernetic girl, man, woman friend, wife. Yeah. He constructed her himself in a laboratory. Using his skills as a science fiction writer. Yeah, why is the question. Why?
I figured out how they managed to create Revolution 60, how they managed to pay for it. Frank Wu is a lawyer for a pharmaceutical conglomerate with patent laws.
Yeah.
He's essentially what you would call the patriarchy.
Yeah.
He's like the biggest capitalist there is. On patents.
That might be the punchline to all of this. Like, silly rabbit, of course the patriarchy existed. It's fucking us. Oh no.
Pay your bills.
We were only pretending to be SJWs. Secretly, we're not. We're big fascists. Gas chambers, all of you that
was always one of my silly conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
That if there is a patriarchy, it's acting from within the very political group that supposedly fights it.
The thing about politicians is what were they before they become politicians? 90% of them were lawyers. Obama was a lawyer.
Yeah, and a political activist. Same route that Hillary Clinton went. Carry on. So, just a point of information there.
The patriarchy.
Part of the reason is probably because money. In the current legal systems that we have, it's more so the case the more laws there already are. Whatever you do, whatever happens, regardless of what social level, the lawyers always win. What that means is everything you do in the field of business, as soon as you make money, as soon as you make a single cent, you need lawyers for everything. The tiniest thing needs confirmation from a lawyer that you can do that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you might make a mistake and get fucked.
Your ride's here.
Hello.
See you later, man.
Probably the reason why. Where is this music coming from? The reason why
I thought that
a lot
call
of
was a lawyer
politicians
turning up or something.
Lawyers is because they make a lot of money, and they need money for political campaigns.
I can be a lawyer. It's me to lie.
Yes.
And you need to be a blood-sucking leech too.
Yeah, and you need a degrey.
Not all.
No,
lawyers
you
are
don't.
just
Just
that.
that.
Not always, but you need several years of found it. Okay, so.
Well, you need to be able to
several
do
years
it,
of-
don't you? You're going to need to study it, and that's going to take time.
Yes.
And you're going to need to be, in some way, taken seriously. Which means
He's a
you can't have any
scientific
fun.
doctor as well.
Yes, and you'll need a power suit.
Jesus.
Yes, another
Power
lawyer
suit?
turned up. Got to stop using the word lawyer because they keep turning up. It's too-
Ask them where their money is.
Yeah, they're saying,
You mentioned
I hear
this
you
with
have a
the-
legal problem. We could help this maybe. Sci-Fi Awards, is it? We can sue them. Brianna Wu, we can sue her.
No, you can't.
Let's do everybody.
No, we can't. No, she hasn't got any money, has she? Oh look,
I guess
it's
I
But
guess
Hunter has.
I guess if all this Digra stuff works, what you can do in the worst case is just get together with a group of people, make up and found a new group and pretend to be all artsy and all
The guy
important.
outside, I swear that I will go and fucking beat the shit out of him.
Or you could just
Stop
mute
talking.
yourself, you know. You could just click mute at the top of the room if a guy's continually blasting the horn, you know.
Well, it doesn't mind me if you're getting annoyed. It's just me. I'm getting annoyed.
Actually,
It's funny,
you know,
though.
I can mute you, can't I?
Yeah, you can, but I will mute it next time.
That's alright. Yeah, I'll leave you be.
It's funny. It's entertaining.
It is. It is comedy gold, isn't it? Yeah,
Hmm.
that's what they say. All these lawyers turning up. Brilliant.
Mm.
Hey, if we were going to be like a Digra, could we could be like Pigra, the patriarchy of what the acronym stands for?
I like that. Yeah, I like the sound of Tigra.
Hogra.
I know you all too well, Ian. No, what do you?
Yeah.
What a fucking dick.
That's right. You got to tell me you've been triggered by it. Oh, car horns triggering. Now you're gonna wave your hands.
No, jazz
That's
hands.
next.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. Or scissoring, whichever.
Hang on, I've just got to go do something. I'll be back. Carry on amongst yourselves. Back in the day.
The reason why they've used jazz hands, because as far as I know, for the mute, the hand signal for clapping is jazz hands. So essentially, it's also they've
It's also
appropriated.
English.
Yeah, they've appropriated mute people.
I always thought jazz hands was ableist anyway, because what about people that don't have hands?
Yeah,
Very true.
We need to get Hot Wheels to do jazz hands.
This kind of argumentation. I've seen it, but I just find it sad that it exists because if people go to these kinds of extremes, you can actually just take it all the way and say it's ableist to be alive. Because what about people who don't have hearts?
I was born for hole in my heart. You're all ableist pigs.
There you go.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen,
or,
pigs,
life
please.
is-
That's triggering. Figuring, rather.
Life is that reminds me.
I can clap with my balls.
Oof. There's a...
Wouldn't that hurt after a while, though?
A little bit.
It's worth it to trigger people, right?
Yeah, but if I clap with my balls against in front of feminists, that will double trigger them because I'm clapping and I'm also using my balls with it.
They wouldn't know what to do.
They will know.
They'd start short-circuiting, you know, like, oh my god, we don't know what to do.
Probably they're gonna call me ableist because Hitler has one ball. Something like that. They always fucking has an excuse for everything.
Yeah.
Oh, what about the female to male trans people that want to have balls but don't have balls? See, you're triggering them.
Do you mean female to male or male to female?
Female to male.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm tired.
I don't think the feminists really care about them, so they don't count.
Mm.
Been a chill Sunday, really.
Yep.
I know one way to make it not chill. What about that Anita Sarkeesian video?
Yes. Yes. Yeah,
She fell badly. Like, really badly. Oh, this is the first positive woman. It's a woman that has no personality. Good job, I'm out.
Yes, the ideal woman is a blank slate object. Congratulations.
Sorry, but the character didn't even look human. It looked like a goose with stick legs.
Yeah, did you see that illustration of it that somebody made on they blew it up so as say this is how it would look if it was done with proper graphics in a video game. And yeah, there was this character with extremely long spindly legs, extremely long spindly arms, this huge big mouth with 4 gawky teeth and these odd bulbous eyes, and on their head they had this odd hair. And then a black swan sitting there, and on top of the black swan's head was a tiny little bird's nest with a chick in it. And it had this big kind of bouffant hair out the back. That's the best way to verbally describe what the enhanced 3D image of the 8-bit diagram of the character, Scythian from Swords and Sorcery, looked like.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
It was amazing. I was pissing myself on that for a while. And also Sargon, I believe, pointed out, or friends of Sargon have pointed out, this is very much like the beige sphere idea that he came up a while back with in Gamergate in one of his videos, where sooner or later everything will become so bland about entertainment that video games, the most popular and widely renowned or widely praised video game by the SJWs would be something that employed a beige sphere or something that just wandered around in a totally soft environment where nothing really much happened.
Yeah, I think he called it Beige Cube Simulator 2014 or something.
Yeah, Beige Cube Simulator. Yeah.
I don't really mind blind characters because one of my favorite games is fucking Dark Souls. But the problem is they use that character if it has like a personality. It's a SJW approval of seal. It's just a person who has nothing to do, and it's annoying. But I don't mind blind characters because I like Link. I like fucking Dark Souls.
Yeah.
But she just used, oh, this is a positive female character. Who is it? A female with no fucking character. Yeah. It's just, that makes no sense. That's your fucking type of person that you want on games.
Yeah, it's blank and it's apparently got agency, despite the fact that like this character is almost forced on a woeful quest where it's going to die at the end of it. You see, I'm even calling it It. It has so little humanity. She has so little personality about her in that character that I don't even regard it as a character in a video game. I keep unconsciously calling it It because it doesn't look like anything.
Exactly.
It does seem like the biggest cop-out of...
And that's another thing.
Yeah, it's a cop-out.
That's another thing. You said that she died at the end, and then she said, oh, no one has done this before. Well, what about Shadow of Colossus?
Dragon Age.
Mass Effect 3. If you want that ending, but hey, it happens.
Yeah.
Spoilers, shitlords.
Fuck off.
We're gonna spoil everything, so what?
Yeah.
Right, the ending of Lost was no, maybe not the best, but let's not spoil that for everyone who hasn't seen it.
The ending of Lost? No, I'll tell you what happens. They end up stuck in a fountain or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It tends to be what happens.
Yeah, because they got lost, and obviously the water pressure tried to push them through a spout, but it wasn't having it. And that caused everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spoilers.
How's everyone doing, by the way? I'm sorry I joined in so late.
No, it's
Oh,
great.
don't worry.
Doing well.
They're cool.
I just wake up.
Yeah, I just slept in, so I was like, oh no, they're having a stream. I better.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a stream unless old Kelner is there. So I figured.
Yeah, we've got a choice mob here tonight. I must say, I'm really, really pleased and really impressed. Yeah, excellent. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being a part of this.
No problem.
Oh, I hope this isn't the segue to the ending, because then I just feel stupid.
Oh no!
No, we just got started. Are you kidding?
Yeah, we're getting started. We're warming up.
Oh, good.
This is just the beginning of the end.
Yes.
Really, I brought up Anita Sarkeesian's video, and that's about it.
Yeah, we're still on Anita Sarkeesian's video, so we should sort of.
Did you guys see the Amazing Atheist response to that?
Yes, it was amazing.
Yeah. And how my favorite part, of course, was not the video, but Anita Sarkeesian's response to that when she complained to Google to take it down from the from the top of the Google page.
Oh my god.
I don't agree with everything
Did you
Amazing
really do
Atheist says, but he does say a lot of really smart stuff.
Yeah, I tend to like most of Amazing Atheist. I think he's a little bit over the top, but this was pretty spot on.
My only real criticism of TJ is his volume control, because I often watch his videos at night, and he will start off at a reasonable level talking about it. I'm not going to do a full impression.
And then get louder and louder and louder.
Yeah, and then he's peaking off, and I have to get out of my bed, come over, turn him down again. Yeah, and then it's too quiet to listen to, so it's up, down, and sometimes I think, just, fuck you, I'm not listening to any more of this, you're a pain in the arse, I like what you say.
You need a pair of headphones.
Yeah, I've got them, but they don't quite stretch to the end of the bed. so it's a... You know.
Wireless headphones, then. Surely there's such a thing.
Well, okay. Viewers, if anyone wants to sponsor me with a pair of wireless headphones, just DM me and I'll tell you where to send them.
Send me a review copy, I can help you with that.
Review, yeah, I will happily write a lovely, glowing review full of hyperbole and SJW rhetoric, saying how your headphones are incredibly non-racist. Anyone who ever accuses them of being in any way misogynistic is all.
Will you also suck his dick?
I beg your pardon? No. I only want a fucking pair of headphones. I'm not looking for friends or a job.
I think my favourite part. Yeah, go on then.
So what about the? You guys talk about the SWAT thing, right? The Randy Harper thing.
What about Randy?
There was no SWAT. That's the point.
Yeah.
That was a parking ticket.
That was a parking ticket. I saw the fucking. The police told me that. I'm a resource for anti-SWAT, and she saw the like this is my receipt of it, and then you read below like if you want your car, you had to come and file. Like I just yelled, "Bitch, that's a parking ticket!"
Not only was
that,
it
but the context she was given and that she then posted for reference. Even on that sheet, it says that those two policemen they're from traffic related departments. You don't send traffic police for to investigate swatting cases.
No, you certainly wouldn't. Well, I was joking that how on earth have we managed to swat a moving vehicle? I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, if we put a tractor in there, and we've got Monday Matt in the track with his cell phone saying, just uploading through my Wi-Fi here, and police officer, I just want to tell you, shocking. There was no way we could have. It was insane. And I noticed another thing on the form, and many people did, that it was from 2014 or something. January 2014.
Was it 2014? I thought it was January 2015.
No, it was 2014 on one of the. But then that could have been the mistake of someone in the office quite easily enough. So either it was this year or last year.
Yeah. Well, we had a time travel machine.
I like, even though the parking was a parking ticket, even though like there's a million reasons to doubt her, people still called in and the police said no, there was no incident. Yeah. So like there's like beyond reasonable doubt she was lying, I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just to think that somebody would go that far for a lie, it makes you wonder about their mental status.
Mm-hmm.
It shocks me about the status of the world that the media is prepared to reproduce these lies verbatim without fact-checking that they surely should be doing. Carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
Listen and believe.
Listen and believe. Yeah.
You shouldn't forget, if they don't listen and believe, then they disbelieve Anita Sarkeesian, and that means that they are misogynistic. So they can't have that. But
That's true.
with this kind of thing, she's right. You know, Randy Harper, to do all this, she must have really sat down and spent probably an hour or more doctoring a few pictures of old, and she must have spent the time looking up and finding those old tickets of hers, and
Yeah. I'm thinking
She
this out.
didn't do it, right?
I need.
She sits
She's
down.
desperate, isn't she? She's desperate.
she sits down and premeditatively does all this. It's not just something that she sort of spontaneously typed up on Twitter or something like that.
What I noticed about that ticket that she posted was the edge of the paper was frayed, as if the piece of paper was actually quite old.
Yeah.
And that was like apparently what she got that day.
Yeah.
And the edge
There
was
was
frayed.
there's so many
She
reasons.
is a bit piggy. I don't know how anything would survive in her pockets. So she stuffed that in her big fat sweaty jean pocket. Yeah, and it's got to exist for an afternoon in there amongst all that rubbing about with her change and shit and her thighs. That's going to be pretty beaten up in just an hour or two.
This is not an imagery that I wanted to think about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Triggered me.
Did you somehow go from imagining jeans to something more than that?
Let's just say I imagine
rubbing
the
away
other
at-
side of the pocket.
Yeah, rubbing away at a sweaty crime report.
Yeah.
Yeah, that brought the whole tone down. So yeah, that's rubbish, we reckon, Sonic.
Yeah, without a doubt.
We're going to waste our time with that. No.
I had
where
a
were
nice
we?
conversation with the guy over Twitter where he was like, he was convinced that Randy Harper was telling the truth, and after showing all these different forms of proof, after saying no, it was proven this and this and this, it was very quickly blocked, per usual. But it was still nice to actually feel that I convinced someone, and they were just so convinced that they had to block me.
Yeah.
This kind of behaviour is something that confuses me, actually. You know, that it is so widespread that people just block you when you prove something to them. You know, what does that? I mean, the only situation where I can really imagine that making sense is if they knew that what they were defending was bullshit, and that they would just want to avoid having to admit it. But it can't be so many people going through that scenario. So there must be something different going on.
I think it's their initial belief that they don't want to have to change so much that they just, I mean, like, their opinion, they just don't want to have to change it so much that they'd be willing to block out anyone trying to change that. And I think that's just a ridiculous way to live. I mean, if they initially want to believe Randy Harper so much that they'd be willing to like just push away any sort of proof, I think that just says a ton.
It's the cult mentality. You have to push your family out. You have to push out any kind of opinion that goes against the cult mentality, and that's what the block bot does. Well, the GT Autobot. Well, actually, both of them do that.
Sorry, I'm being really shit here and typing and trying to pimp the stream.
Oh no, it's okay. Someone else, we can always take over for you. Sort of.
Yeah, please do. Please do. I want you guys to sort of feel the
well,
room is your own.
Then let's hijack the stream. What do you guys think about the smoking gun?
Oh, we were talking about that last night as well on who was it? E for Everyone's stream. I'm sorry, I keep hearing the same. So
I get that a bit.
JT.
I guess.
JT, yeah.
And it was quite interesting. And I know I was shared this earlier yesterday, and I'm afraid I watched it and I just didn't understand it. So I was very happy that I had some people who understood it better. And then half the people didn't really know what was going on anyway. So some of the people who did sort of understand it better sort of explained it to us, which is always nice. And I think it really does show just, I mean, that a lot of the conspiracy theories were right. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what was proven.
Yeah.
It was. What part of it was a conspiracy theory? I never really got that.
Well, what? Well, I sorry.
There's not enough there,
wasn't-
is there, really? The guy expects us to dig more off of all of that and uncover what's there. I mean, it's not a smoking... It is a smoking gun, isn't it? That's all it is. It's just a smoking gun. I
Yeah,
mean,
so you know a gunshot's been fired, but you don't know where.
Yeah, we don't know who's owned this gun, what it bloody is. We might have some DNA on it. We might find some powder traces on it. There might be stuff we can match. There might be a serial number. We kind of just don't know yet. There was a lot of scary stuff there, though.
We do know that they were talking essentially about brainwashing, about social engineering, and they also went into sort of about how to create a revolution. Essentially, they needed a revolution to implement this social change.
Yeah.
And that's what they were talking about, the Sex Pistols, like a punk
and that
revolution.
Was a reference to the SJW snowflakes that we know and love.
Yeah,
just
very
basically,
true.
yeah, they are the Sex Pistols of gaming.
That could have been a reference to Zoe Quinn. Could have been a reference to Lee Alexander's "The Game Is Dead" articles.
Yeah.
Or it could just be a how do we start a Gamergate?
Pistols, isn't it? It's a reference to what they wanted them to do, as in to shake everything up. But
Which is ironic, because the Sex Pistols aren't social justice warriors.
No, they were anarchists, and they were quite scummy, really. Like Sid Vicious, social justice warrior, fucking hardly.
No, he's actually more of a Republican than anything.
Yeah,
he's
he liked a gun. Yeah, he liked guns. He thought he had the freedom to do heroin wherever he wanted.
He's more of a liberal than anything.
Yeah.
He's more about freedoms.
Yeah.
Rather than being oppressed or being offended. If anything, he's the one going out there trying to offend people.
The whole thing with enabling the social revolution just sounds too much like this whole cultural Marxism stuff, you know, the long march through the institutions. And declaring gaming an institution and having to subvert that as well.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? And they have declared it an institution, and they do intend to subvert it. And they haven't given up their plan in any way, shape, or form. As we were saying earlier, things have only slowed down, but we're spreading a slowdown everywhere, so it is all worthwhile. I mean, where should we go now from here?
I got nothing to say. I'm gonna run off. I'm gonna do some other stuff.
Okay, man. It's been nice having you.
Have fun.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Sit around, dude.
Bye.
Well,
Yeah, I was,
I'm going to go make some raw coffee real quick. I will be right back.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, we're going to keep going, I think, for... well, I might turn this into one of those monster streams that just goes on forever and ever.
Forever and ever.
I'd be fine with that. I don't have anything else to do.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to do. I've got wine, I've got my farm, I've got my cigarettes.
Brilliant. Want to share that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be an ever-ending party.
Happy Easter, everybody, by the way. It is, in fact, Easter. Drinks all around.
Drinks all around, yeah. Our special Easter cocktails. Traditional Easter cocktails. Well, there are no Easter cocktails, are there?
Nope.
No. Oh well, I've got white wine.
That works just as well.
Yeah, it's called Yellow Label, which often Easter eggs have yellow labels and chicks are yellow, so there is Easter relevance there.
It's a very thin connection there.
It's
Very
absolutely
thin.
it's absolutely tenuously thin. and frankly, the only entertainment value I knew we were going to get out of it was me stretching this thinner and thinner, and just till I collapsed. And then
I don't know. I think I could stretch my disbelief to think
Egg
that's
yolks.
a good connection.
yeah,
I would go to like the store and buy that and say, "Oh, this is like a good Easter drink."
yeah.
I'm sure everyone would agree with me.
Perhaps everyone is so brutalized by the SJWs that they will believe this kind of crap now.
Yeah,
Most likely.
Yeah.
I would believe it, and I gotta say, the SJWs, if they've done one thing, it's they made me appreciate wine.
Mm. Oh, they certainly have.
Yes.
They certainly have. And as the fight's got like less serious now, as it's become more of an attritional game where we have to hold on and we've got
I'm
used to what we're doing.
I am curious. Have you guys seen Brianna Wu like interacting with a lot of people in Gamergate now? Like she like tends to joke around and stuff like that. Like she's been talking with Feline Frequency and stuff like that, and
So she's got a bit of Stockholm syndrome, has she?
potentially. But I think that she's just sort of, well, maybe I could be
Covering
really
both
wrong.
bases. She's still a smart operator that doesn't care.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. I tend to like to see the best in people, so I think maybe she's growing a sense of humor, but I could be completely wrong. So I've known to be wrong before, so I can't say that I'm sure.
I'd say her use to the mainstream media has dried up.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say that her, along with like Zoe Quinn and Nina Sarkeesian, are still very much useful to the people who want them to be useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Wu's scary.
No, yeah, she really is. I don't disagree with that.
She's so scary. She's absolutely scary.
They're all a little bit scary. I mean, I don't know. I often try and think, like, out of all the people that were sort of, I guess, East Loves on the other side, who I would actually be the least scared of, and that's a difficult question. Because I mean, like, I'm not even positive that I could answer that.
I'm back
And
with some
always
fresh
depends
coffee.
on time, doesn't it?
Ah, excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Depends
I
on
guess
when.
at the end of the day, Anita Sarkeesian, she is kind of like a puppet. So I'm not like too afraid of her as much as I'm afraid of John McIntosh.
Mm.
So
You know, in
Tell you
talking
what-
about people that are on the anti-side that you would be least afraid of, to be honest, in seeing a lot of Randy Harper's past tweets and stuff like that, every once in a while she comes off pretty wise, you know, and it's like, wait, well, what happened? You know?
that's absolutely true.
Probably because she and Zoe Quinn are of the vocal anti-Gamergaters, you know, the big names.
Mhm.
She and Zoe Quinn are probably the ones you'd actually have to have worries about.
I would be
Because,
worried about Randy Harper.
Well, they're hell dumpers. They're basically
yeah.
they're basically old B on steroids.
Yeah.
I was hell dumped. That was pretty funny.
Mm.
I'm sorry, hold them.
They literally
it's
harassed
a type of
children to
diarrhea.
death.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a type of diarrhea that will kill a child very quickly. It's due to drinking Clorox.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that wasn't
No,
that's what I was expecting.
hell dump troll people to death.
Okay,
Or
well,
something.
there we go.
Find
That's a
someone
better answer.
they'll find someone vulnerable who's got themselves in a silly situation with other trolls, and they'll take over and make it worse, sort of thing. I don't
Well,
know a lot about
It's
hell
pretty
dump.
funny because my hell dump consisted of a couple of furry pictures that I drew, a picture of myself and my husband, and then it just turned into a big circle jerk. So mine was actually quite entertaining, and I had no
Quite
problem
lame
with it.
by the sound of it. Yeah.
Yeah, they couldn't even find my my secret stash of like furry porn, so I was quite surprised.
Mm.
I'm sorry, it was probably a
Sounds
little too
like
much
they just
information
put
for
stuff
y'all.
you put online. No, it wasn't. It sounds like they just found stuff.
I think we're all we can all agree that we all have our own stashes of furry porn, so I think we're all okay with that.
Oh yeah, it's quite.
I'm talking about ones that I drew personally, so
Oh,
because I guess I'm still kind of part of the furry fandom in some small way. I draw every once in a while, but that was my thing back in the early 2000s.
There's a big furry
which,
Speaking
of which, are they? Whose side are they on? Or overall?
Who, the furries?
You know, are they sockless or are they clean?
Yes. Furries are all over the place. You get furries in every walk of life. Like, you know, for example, I guess I've been part of the furry fandom since the early 2000s, and I started going to conventions and whatnot. I've seen the fandom in itself kind of evolve to the point where it's at now, which is like an SJW haven. But I guess it depends. It depends on where you are and what kind of I guess clique you're a part of. Like, I used to be an administrator of the Fur Affinity website back when it first was launched. I was part of the Fur Affinity team, and well, that was fun in and of itself. Now it's just turned into a cesspool.
Ugh. Well, I suppose with all those animals there, after a while, it's going to get, you know, if nobody comes in with a broom, like, if you've got no zookeeper, you are in trouble if you have a big site full of furries. I mean, and you can't blame them. You can't blame them. They try to keep clean, but you know, if you're not giving them the facilities, decent litter trays and stuff, you're asking for trouble.
Reminds me of an old IRC room that I used to be a part of. It was a lot of people that were kind of furry, anti-furries, if you will, kind of the people that took it all as a joke. And there was a person in there, and he was called Animal Control, and he was not a furry at all, but he would have fun just, you know, talking with us and joking with us. Yeah. But just the name Animal Control just was hilarious.
Well, yeah. Did he turn up in some sort of costume and that with a cage and shit?
No, but the last convention I went to, Method Fur Meet, which my husband actually was a part of since it was in the beginning, like 15 years ago. Anyway, we went just as kind of a joke. I went as a human, and I had a human badge on, and he went as pest control. He had a hat on with a popular pest control company's logo on it, and went around in a uniform.
Yeah, well, it reminds me, I raised some money for a furry charity the other year. It's to collect stray furries, and you take them in and neuter them and that kind of thing so that they don't cause any problems, and then we release them back out after a good meal and a few health checks. And we've been doing that around conventions for years now. Sorry, you were saying. Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd like to help with that.
To tell if you're joking or not, so.
I am joking, of course. I wouldn't neuter a furry. My God. But you know how I was
talking about... Not a bad idea,
though. But you know I was talking about the toilet problem earlier. That is the reason for, like, that chlorine attack on that furry convention. Because it was just one of the janitors in the end trying to just keep the smell down.
Yeah.
Sorry. But no,
that is true. How do you go to the toilet when you've got the suit on? That's going to be difficult.
I don't know. I'd never had a suit, but...
Probably they're going to take the suits off, because that's...
I would imagine. That seems like the smartest idea.
Yeah, yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm just joking.
Hey, look, I'm the kind of person that I like taking things and joking about them, because I don't take anything personally or offensively or anything like that.
Good. I'm certainly not intending them to be personal at all.
Of course not. I would know if you were, you know what I mean? It's like you can tell if a person's actually trying to be personally offensive or if they're just joking around.
No, I do think if of the many fetishes perhaps that you could have, and it's a little more than the fetish really. It's kind of a cosplay thing.
It's a way of life.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a fandom perhaps as well as a sexual thing for some people. So I think there's not an awful lot you could tie to that or generalize about that, except that people like fur. So I don't quite know where I'm going here, and I always found
that particular fandom. I always found it somehow confusing that it is a fandom, but it doesn't have a canon. You know, it doesn't have a.
No.
fandoms usually have something that they are fans of, like the Avatar fandom, or the Star Trek fandom, or the Doctor Who fandom, or and so on.
It's like it's organic.
Mm-hmm.
And similarly, on a similar note, it seems that the horses have cleaned themselves out mostly.
True.
They seem to have been pretty red-pilled by now.
Yeah, true. They do clean up the poop that other people leave in their spaces, and I think that's why they don't get much love from SJWs, because I think they've also fought back at some stage, so they don't trust them. Because they're like this with atheists too. They're like this first time with everyone from a fandom that they haven't quite conquered, and they've been pretty lame at all of it, to be honest.
Wait, are we talking about the same kinds of horses?
No, probably not.
I was talking
about the fans of the horse cartoon.
Horse?
Pastel-coloured horses. Yes, exactly.
Oh, My Little Pony, bronies.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Oh, the SJW do not like bronies.
Bronies are weird. No, I'm kind of indifferent to brony.
The interesting thing about bronies is it's a majority a male space, and it's a space that feminists can't get into. So it's like a male space that they can't touch. That really irritates
they don't really need to get into there.
Really,
they like fucking My Little Pony. They're fucking. What's this? Why get in there? Where?
It's actually interesting.
The thing is, generally, the only thing I witnessed was the thing that an aristocrat then made a video about. That was the one the one where there was this Tumblr blog that did these comics, and then there was this group of social justice warriors pretty much getting the comic taken down. It's the ponies against rape culture.
Well, I mean,
I think so.
You can't.
There's been a whole thread with that topic.
Something good, at least. I have a confession to make, in that I used to be a brony, a long time ago. When the show first came out, I thought, well, I wouldn't say it's hard, because I would have defined it differently. I would have said I like the show. I would have said I like the show. Yeah. I wouldn't have gone around dressed up as a My Little Pony or done any of the weird. I didn't see it as that entertaining.
Do you clop?
I'm afraid that never really was part of the fandom for me.
I'm just being silly. I'm sorry.
That always seemed a bit odd. That's okay. I mean, that's a fair question to ask.
You can clop for us now? Would you like to try?
I need the coconuts and the from the
you do it with your mouth.
Python. That kind of thing.
Come on, everyone, give them some support. Let's all clop. We could sound like a little. What do you call a group of My Little Ponies? What is it? A herd or a murder of ponies or
a murder?
I like that one.
Yeah, a disappointment of ponies. A
gaggle.
Faggotry.
A rainbow, considering who they are.
Sorry.
I got no problem with the bronies. The bronies are awesome. I got a couple of friends that consider themselves bronies, so
yeah. At some point, I
saw a thread on the 8chans about that earlier, which is why I asked.
At some point, I just became sort of aware of the stereotype, I guess, and I thought, and maybe this was kind of, maybe this is a little bit shallow of me, but I thought, you know what, I don't really want to be associated with the people who jack off to this cartoon. So maybe I won't call myself a brony. And then I just decided, you know what, it's...
So you were effectively a My Little Pony fan, and they were effectively...
I thought it was
bronies
cute.
were My Little Pony fans. I've watched it. I've watched the whole series, and a couple of them I've gone back and forth again on. It is classic stuff. It's great stuff.
It's not a bad show.
Yeah,
I would like when I
friendship is magic, hasn't it? Because the rest is shite. But
yeah,
the original My Little Pony shit is what you'd expect it is. It's little ponies being woo. But MLP FLM, FIM is totally different. It's really clever little dramas stuck together that explore some quite unusual topics in relationship to cartoons and that. It's unusual ground. And
Ian, the amount of acronyms you're saying is suggesting that you might be a brony.
No. I love My Little Pony a lot as a cartoon. This is more of a sort of anime appreciation of it.
It does really depend on your definition. Some people will say if you're a fan of the show, you're a brony. In which case, I was. But some people will say you have to go to like cosplay and stuff like that to be a brony. Like the same way that you'd be a fan of anime to a weeaboo as a fan of My Little Pony would have been to a brony. Like you wouldn't call it any people who watch like an anime once in a while weeaboo.
Yeah. I mean, as fan stuff go, MLP is great. But it's Girls and Panzer that I masturbate to, and not over the girls. Sadly. So, you know.
What I wanted to mention, though, is what you were saying about the My Little Pony doesn't need to be invaded by feminists or whatever. This popped up on my newsfeed because I actually have some friends who are real bronies, I want to say.
Yeah.
And they were quite upset that feminism was trying to get into the My Little Pony fandom because of a recent episode, which basically supposedly talked out against like social justice warrior culture, and said how much like this whole everyone is equal and stuff. Everyone, or not equal, but
so there's more stuff being made.
They basically
stop making it.
No, it's on like season 6 or something right now. I don't even know.
So I just haven't watched MLP in just too fucking long, and there's a shitload I haven't seen. Oh. And there's the social justice one.
Yeah, there is one about social justice warriors, and apparently it stirred up a lot of controversy on the old like SRS and all the Tumblr. People were not happy because they never thought My Little Pony could be a rape culture haven for rapists.
My god, why not? Yeah. It
we still
never. Yep. Look, I need this on my desk immediately. I need this episode of My Little Pony where like they take the piss out of SJWs. I have to have that. Use my wind. But I went downstairs and ate a little bit of beef. I'm missing out on my Sunday lunch to be here with you guys and that. And by the time I've finished, I'll be too drunk.
I'm missing out on Easter egg. So you better be happy I'm here.
Yeah, I'm happy you're all.
I would like to find some Easter eggs.
Now I feel humbled. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I'm not missing out on anything. I'm just sitting here drinking some coffee, eating some ice cream. You know, Baskin Robbins came out with this ice cream called Snacknado, and it's delicious.
Oh, brilliant. So it's like Sharknado, but with ice cream instead of sharks. Ice cream would be horrible.
It's got like every flavor you can think of. It's salty and sweet, and this is why I'm fat.
Tomato.
So it's like,
I thought that was an interesting flavor choice. Tomato. Tomato ice cream. Probably said would have been the first choice.
Right. Science. Who said that?
Science.
Science, Bill Nye, the science guy.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
God.
Science, bitch.
What did I just walk into?
That needs
so we have new people in the room. Sorry,
yeah, I keep two new people.
Yeah, I keep wandering off, and I never get a chance to welcome anyone. Nivek and Aya, welcome to the room. Aya? Aya.
Yeah.
Aya.
Is it Aya or Aya? Is it I-Team or A-Team?
What a lovely avatar you've got. What is that again?
Mine is from Persona 3.
Oh, right. Yes,
It's one of the characters. It's my favorite character.
excellent. And where are you from?
I'm from Portugal.
Portugal. Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Nice.
Excellent. Good. Glad to have you aboard. And Nivek.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, excellent. Wonderful avatar you've got there, and excellent voice for podcasting. Very clear, very, very forthright. Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I do a lot of voice acting on the side, so I have a nice little full mic stand here.
Oh,
you're a voice actor too.
Excellent. My buddy here does that. Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't. I've got too many teeth missing.
Some
choose a voice actor.
competition
Hmm.
for who can do the best voice acting.
And
You
my
guys-
avatar is just a little custom character that a friend of mine drew for me. So.
It reminds me of the guys from Mass Effect.
Oh yeah, it's a Quarian. It is.
Oh,
it's,
okay.
it's a Quarian from Mass Effect, so it's a character that I wrote up, and he just made a picture for it.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell. I knew the helmet looked familiar, but I couldn't tell by the rest of the drawing.
Yeah, so you got it. You got it square on the head there.
Straight on that.
Excellent. Now let me ask you guys: have either of you brought any subjects with you that you'd like to talk about?
I don't know if you talked about Anita already.
We can do that again.
I talked to the group that I wanted to speak a little bit about it.
That's never a dull subject.
Yeah.
There are so many Anita subjects, we may have not hit all of them.
Yeah, because she touched on her video a lot, that she wanted a female character. Like the
Make sure you're near your microphone, my friend.
Excuse me, could you repeat?
No, it's all good.
Okay.
Could you make sure you're near your microphone, my friend, so that you're coming through loud and clear? Because you sound a little bit distant.
Just let me check the settings, because I recently got a new microphone, so.
I see. No, it sounds a little better now that you're actually just even just moving a little closer to it.
Sounds like someone needs to do
I
little
have-
calibrations.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be. Yesterday I was in kind of a Portuguese podcast with some friends, and the microphone was working just fine. So.
It is okay. You could carry on. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it got better the second you moved a little closer to it.
Yeah, I moved a little away from the computer
Okay.
to turn off my PlayStation, so it might have been the.
Carry on and tell us what you wanted to tell us, mate. Jump in.
The thing about the new Anita video, is that she spoke a lot about this character called Cynthia, who is a blank character. She has no story, she has no character. And the game she talks about, it sounds very familiar to me because it reminds me a lot of Shadow of the Colossus, who also has a character with no backstory. He's just male. All you know about Wander is theorized by what you know in the game. So what's really the difference between a character like the Cynthian and a character like Wander? The gender only, because they're going in the same kind of quest. They're going.
Sorry, what? I missed the name of the character twice there.
Wander.
Walder.
Wander.
I don't know this game. Who is he from? Who are we talking about?
Shadow of the Colossus.
I've not seen that. Right. Okay. Sorry.
It's
Yeah,
a
that's
very
why I didn't get
wonderful game, and I'm gonna give a big spoiler, because they're going to the same kind of quest. They're going to a quest where they know they can die and they will perish eventually. It's not a happy quest. So what's the difference between the Cynthian and the male character of Shadow of the Colossus? It's that he's a male, simply. And there are much better female silent characters for me. Like I said before, when I introduced myself, I'm playing Persona 3. I'm playing Persona in general now. But 3, the portable version of 3 has an option to choose a female character. And even though she's a silent character, you can construct the personality of the girl. And she's this happy, joking, sometimes even sarcastic girl who suffered a lot in life. And again, spoilers, it's a character who's going to a quest that it's not a happy one. If you choose for example, if you choose the social link of the character I have in my avatar, Shinjiro, pretty much you develop a relationship with him, a pretty close one, and the guy gets shot. And in the canon he dies, but with a female character you can save him. And he wakes up from a coma, only to see the girl he likes fall into a coma or die, depends on how you see it. And the game gives you the impression that he's gonna die anyway. So, yeah.
So it has a similar, well, it has a worse sacrificial ending, really, doesn't it? Because it's absolutely hopeless, and
Yeah.
his lover's died, he's dying. It's almost a humiliating defeat. Whereas in the Scythian, it very much is a sacrificing yourself on an altar. Magic powers tear you to bits and make the world good again, and then you get this long cutscene where the whole world mourns your death. You go past a riverbank, and that. Yeah, I expect your game doesn't have that same.
No, in Persona, one of the things that the characters bring up a lot, especially one of the male characters, Junpei, is that nobody knows about what you're doing. Nobody knows or can know that you're saving the world, because only Persona users can go into this hidden hour called the Dark Hour. It's when all the stuff happens.
I see.
And
so it's all hidden from everyone else, and and there is no X really. It's limiting that a bit and making it more of a sort of secret underground.
Yeah,
it's adding all sorts of narratives, isn't it?
Yeah, and in Shadow of the Colossus you have the same kind of feel. The male character is doing this to save a girl. He's not doing this to save the world. You don't know who the girl is. It can be his sister, his lover, someone he killed and feels blameful for. All you know is that his tribe is judging him for doing this sacrifice. And in the end, you see the shaman of his tribe going to him and sealing him away because he did that sacrifice. Because he wanted to save the girl, and he ends up not even knowing if he saved the girl or not. It's absolutely devastating.
It's a far more grown-up ending, but a far different game, isn't it? That's it's been made by AAA developers that will take the time out and are better qualified to do this.
They don't want a grown-up ending. They want all sunshines and rainbows and nothing bad ever happens ever.
Yeah, well, they will. Yeah, games will continue to have better endings, more social justice is involved, because they will want positive outcomes for people who are positively brainwashed.
Exactly.
Well,
peanut feeding.
I think the social justice warriors would like Persona 4 because it's a far happier game. Like Persona 3 is the depression, and Persona 4 is the pills they shove on you once you're depressed. And it has nobody dies, everyone is happy, everyone resolves their lives. We're so freaking happy.
Yes.
And it touches on.
Is there a lot of interaction sexually with each of the other characters? Do you find that you get sucked into? Is that part of it? Is there a? I don't know Persona at all.
Oh, the Persona 3 and 4 games work a bit like a dating sim. Yes, there is implication of sexual interaction between the characters. Yes, but you cannot let other people know. Like, if you're dating two girls, if one discovers, the other will be mad at you, and
I see.
The social link can be broken.
That's very social justice, isn't it? If to cram you into loads of meaningless relationships you feel slightly guilty about, so you can at any point be called out as a problem, but you're forced into these
that's
situations.
especially true because you have, especially the female character, but I'm a bit biased about her and the characters that she interacts with. You have these lovely characters, a lovely cast. You get so close to them; they're like your family, and in the end, you absolutely gain nothing. You save them, but you gain nothing. They're all sad, and in the epilogue, which is only available in one of the original versions, they end up fighting over what to do because of you.
Yeah.
Like the group gets divided into two, and a part wants to go into the past and wants to see you again, even though they know they might lose the final battle, and the other part wants to stay in the present because they know that's the good present.
So
And
it's a
they
sort
all
of
fight each
division
other.
simulator, really, in a way. They like have a big group of people all together and then split them all up, and don't worry about it.
It's a bit. Persona 3 is quite the sad game. I'm currently playing Persona 2, and I have the feeling it will be pretty similar. Although it's an older and even more mature game than Persona 3.
Oh, it doesn't sound childish in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't let
Yeah,
my lad play it.
Persona 4 touches a little, though lightly, on the themes of sexuality, and with a character who is this big, massive male who has to accept his inner femininity, and you have a girl who wants to be, who dresses and acts as a boy to be taken seriously, and you have your yeah.
At this stage, I'd like to see what other people feel about this and bring them in. I mean, aside from the Anita stuff, what you've told us about Persona is quite interesting. So I'd like to get other people's perspectives here. Like, jump in when you like people.
Oh, absolutely. The Persona games have always been really good games, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've not played Persona at all yet, so...
Well, if you're a fan of RPGs, it's a really good one, to be honest, if you like turn-based combat.
Yeah,
I do.
Persona 1 is a bit weird because it did not age well, but Persona 2, it's pretty easy to play, especially if you're familiar with the Shinigami Tensei series, because it works in the same vein as those.
And Persona 4 and Persona 4 Golden, that was released a little while ago on the Vita, are also really good, because it actually has this neat little split between almost kind of being like a visual novel, because half the time you're going through your life, you know, picking things to do throughout the day, and then other times you're actually going through this like weird alternate dimension where you're fighting with, you know, spirits and monsters and demons and all sorts of other shit. So it's like this really passive back and forth.
And you're fighting with your inner selves, and in the Golden you have a social link with the main villain of the game.
Yeah. It actually has some really interesting ideas. Yeah, it actually really has some really cool ideas and philosophies about, like, you know, your true self and stuff. So it is really cool. Really great story. And it has multiple endings and stuff. So.
Yeah. Persona 3 only has 2 endings, and the first ending you can get in November and December. It's really bittersweet, and I don't recommend it to anyone.
But what about, and I wanted to kind of draw this out, what about the aspects that kind of, is this going to work? Are you going to understand this? The aspects of SJW culture that, do you think this game is showing those? Things like easy sexuality and it's hard to explain actually, because they have a very specific set of principles that they like to encourage. Do you feel there's any sort of SJW stuff in it?
In the Persona games?
They are superior to the great boom of the social justice warriors. But like I said, the the thing where Persona 4 explores sexuality, it could be something they would enjoy. But then again, you can pretty much sleep with all the girls at the same time. I know I did that with the boys in Persona 3, and I'm only now getting the handle of Persona 4. And I'm playing the normal version. I'm not playing Golden, sadly. I don't have a Vita. And
so you feel it's safe, fairly. It's not been tainted.
I think it's safe, but at the same time, it's not safe. For example, you have this character in 3 who has an arranged marriage, and through her social link, she can ditch her fiance. But then in the Japanese version, and it's censored in ours, in Persona 3, with the female character, you can pretty much sleep with an 11-year-old boy.
So.
Oh, Japan.
Oh, Japan.
Japan.
And it's really weird, but in the Ultimax game, he shows up again. He's 13 now, he looks 16. And all the girls from 4, they want him. He's totally confused. He's like, what are they saying? And
did you say all the girls from Pole want him?
Yeah, all the girls want him.
All the girls from Pole want him.
There are no girls from Pole. That's silly.
Oh, those girls from Pole. Yeah.
Probably.
If you're really asking if Persona games have been tainted by SJWs, first of all, they came out a little bit before the big outlet of them, so I wouldn't say so. If anything,
the Japanese, so
yeah. If anything,
less likely to be.
I would say that, and I'm kind of stretching this here, but if anything, I'd say that the games are what some of them would try to preach if they were actually sane.
Yes.
If they really want to go, hey, let's make a game that kind of, explores some different ideas that aren't, like standard ideas of, how people act or, think of themselves. Well, that can be a cool subject. And it doesn't shove it in your face or down your throat. In fact, it really has a lot of times where it makes a lot of fun with it and actually, does it in a humorous way or a clever way and doesn't seem like it's preaching to you.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Then that's good commentary. That's good story writing. That's what a writer would do.
Exactly.
And I'm not a big fan of
the... there's actually a Persona 4 anime that I feel almost does the story better than the game in some ways.
Which one? The normal or the golden animation?
The first one. I actually haven't watched the golden animation just yet. It's on my to-watch list.
Don't watch it. They have this really cool music by Lotus Prince, which is the running rapper in the series. He sings a lot of the theme songs. And it's called Yin Yang, and it's about Yu's and Dachi's relationship. And they put it in the final battle that's not worth it. Like, it's just... What they turned the big climax of the game into is... they have a chit-chat, they evoke some personas, you punches Adachi in the face and it's done. And the music is just thrown in there like it's nothing, and the music is amazing.
Cool. That's like, yeah, because you have one character who's a girl.
Hang on, let Nivex speak. Please.
Yeah. I mean, they just have some really cool points where, there's this one character who's a girl, but, she has to act like a guy for people to take her seriously. And one guy gets attracted to her, but thinks that she's a guy. So he's like, wait, but she's a guy, but I like him, and it gets into this really funny and amusing situations like that.
Yeah.
His relief when he finds out it's a chick, though, is, like, palatable.
Yeah. And there is the situation with you and Yosuke and Kanji, where Yosuke keeps mocking Kanji because he's feminine and supposedly also likes guys. And he has this really, at least in the English version, he has this really homoerotic relationship with you, which is really ironic.
Yeah. I said Kanji is like this, like, badass street punk dude, but
Yeah.
has that other side to him.
He has a heart.
So anyway, before we go off on, we were on a different subject before we ended up down the road of Persona 3.
I think we're talking about Anita.
Sorry.
We were. And like now we've lost half the guests.
Ah.
No, it's all good. Victor Monsieur had to shoot off because he's got to shoot out for a while, and he said he'd be back later. And I think the Big C, I think he just had a slight interruption in his connection. He's back.
Yeah, I happen to have the worst internet in all of Canada, so I do apologize for that.
Well, this is what socialist Canada gets you, isn't it?
Ouch.
No,
Sorry, mate.
that's actually what happens when I have family that works at Bell, and Bell just happens to suck. But I have to support my family, so.
No, it's fair enough.
Could you imagine if I went to?
Yeah, and you said instead? You had the wrong internet. They would be, they would be shocked.
They would be. I'd probably be disowned, to be completely honest.
People are so shallow. Fuck them.
Yeah.
No, you need to stand up. You need to strike out with your own internet provider. Somebody new that isn't a Bell. Yeah.
Like Comcast.
Yeah.
No, not Comcast.
Yeah, oh, I see. You're right, you've left it all behind.
I'd have to go. There's like 3 Canadian service providers, and they're all quite terrible. So.
Cool.
Cool.
So, actually, I did come in here want to ask about 2 things. First, I want to get your opinions on the whole Pillars of Eternity fiasco, if you guys have been watching that.
Yeah. Well, one of my big problems with this whole thing has been that Pillars of Eternity and Path of Exile both have the sort of same initials. So, like, I keep getting the games mentally confused, and I really like, the other one. It's alright. So, what have they done that's so bad? They listen to the SJWs.
Well, they really didn't, because they actually gave the choice. Obsidian wasn't going to change it. They went to the Kickstarter guy and it's like, hey, what do you want to do? And the Kickstarter's like, you know what, I'm going to change it, but I'm going to change it to a way that's going to take the piss out of them. So he turned it to one that makes fun of everyone who. He made another limerick that makes fun of everyone who got upset. So.
I love that response. That was probably the best one that could come out of that.
Probably.
Excellent. So, yeah, I suppose that is a kind of win. But I saw a podcast today that was rather disparaging and that suggested we were hypocrites because this guy who makes videos he had some
the cynical American
comments in his. Yes. Yeah, that twat. He suggested that he'd had posts in his comments that were saying, oh, we won't boycott them or whatever, and then he'd come back and said, oh, you have boycotted them. And he showed a post from this post on 8chan I'd actually seen in the flesh and thought, that's a fucking shield post, they need to remove that. And then he saw a load of other stuff on, on Reddit that half of it looked like Kotaku in action, and other bits looked like just general men's rights stuff. And none of that actually said boycott anywhere in it. So I thought that was a very nasty, cynical attempt at actually poisoning us there. So I just wanted to get my rebuttals in there for that, so I didn't actually have to bother doing it to him properly. Even though I mentioned that in the comments.
He sees Gamergate as a single entity, as in, like, if one person boycotts it, clearly Gamergate did it. So when someone does boycott it, and they may be a Gamergate supporter, we can be like, that's that person who's doing an individual effort, right? It's not the whole thing, right? Where his issue is, he hasn't got a fallback. He's an idiot by himself.
He's an idiot by himself. He's hanging around with those mates. Like, what was it? The Starving Wolverine guy, Zenistrad, and John Hannibal, or whatever, or John of whatever. So yeah, he's running with those, and they like each other. So they all always get at least 15 likes on their videos. I think they're all giving each other videos and hyping each other up, and they're trying to create what the internet has always had, a community of people who don't like SJWs, and they're trying to create a YouTube community of people who do like SJWs, but they're just not getting the likes or the looks.
It's not working because they had that guy called Bewildered Ape until he had a massive fit at Karen Strong, told her something about raping or killing him.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah.
What, he come on and give her a load of rage, did he?
Yeah, in the comment section. And then Xenostrad totally disowned him.
Yeah. Oh my god, excellent. Yeah, because there certainly has to be a certain amount of gentleman stuff, and it was good of Xenostrad and honest of him to do that. And I can see why he would, because he's one of the smarter, I think, really.
Kind of, sort of.
Really, yeah, well, look, I mean, I have to rely on Sargon and the others to diffuse his videos. I couldn't do them mentally myself. I don't have the understanding properly to do that. But with a lot of the others, like, I just listen to them. I think, well, no, you fucked up there. That doesn't mean that. That doesn't follow that. That's a piece of bullshit. I'd like to see citation on that. Because it's actually quite harder. Sorry.
You need an understanding of fallacies, like composition of fallacies and straw men. You need to be able to spot them from a distance.
And it is the more complicated compositional and divisional fallacies, and they do use some of the more weird fallacies that are hard to spot. I should shut up.
They're slippery little buggers.
Talking about video makers doing weird shit, I think I've just found something really odd. I've just found Frank Wu's video channel, and he released one 2 days ago called Puppy WrestleMania and Vicon Cam. So what it is you know how one of the dogs died, right? This is before.
Right.
And they got that puppy. Well, it turns out that puppy and the other dog, they fight. So what they thought was a good idea was they'd videotape the dogs fighting, and then they created some kind of mount, like a DFI, whatever.
Like
mount.
a pen?
No, I want to talk about. They basically built like a harness.
Dog pen and fought them all. Harnesses. Oh yeah.
No, like a harness for one of the dogs, right? That mounts a camera on it, so they can film the dog fight in a different perspective.
Creepy.
That's sort of creepy, isn't it? Your dogs are fighting. What should you do? Let's get a different camera angle.
That's setting dogs to fight, isn't it? That's dog fighting.
It is, yeah. It's dog fighting.
Pretty low.
I mean, understand, like, yeah, you get a puppy and so forth. Your dogs are gonna fight. No one ever thinks, you know what? Can we look at this? We'll mount a camera to one of the dogs, and then we'll.
I mean, they're not dog fighting. I understand that, but you can still, under their terms, say not only have you forced dogs to fight, you filmed the dog fight to make money.
The idea, and you've basically made no attempt to prevent them from fighting. You've essentially incentivized it, and then profiteered off them too as well.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, these are the gayest dogs on the whole planet, and they really couldn't harm each other, let alone anything. But still, and I presume they were pretty gay dogs. They weren't pit bulls or shit like that, were they? No.
But then again, should you be willing to? They're gay dogs, right? Then you're clearly oppressing gay people.
No, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not oppressing the gay dog. I'm not.
No, they're oppressing.
They were toy dogs, maybe.
Yeah, they're toy dogs.
Yeah, toy dogs. Oh no, yeah, they were oppressing gay dogs. Yeah. No, yeah. These are how you make narrative.
Equals iPhone strapped to cute fuzzy dog. Right.
Now you talked about oppressing gay dogs. Have you heard the news about a lawmaker in the U.S. accusing a baby of being a racist?
No.
Oh yes,
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
I heard about that. Sargon had a This Week in Stupid last week on
Oh,
that,
yes.
Yeah.
where
Tell us. Yeah.
pretty much this black lady came to someone else's, I think it was his house, or just met him,
Oh,
and she was
yeah,
some
and the
person.
child was scared of her, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
the child was in a new place, and he buried his head, and
Didn't
and
like
the lady
it.
was like, he's racist.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a goddamn child, lady. Are you
Yeah.
really so freaking ignorant, so starved for attention that you have to scream racism at a child?
Yeah, he might just have great standards. But this sucks. That lady is crazy. I'm a baby. I can see through fence. She just does not look nice. And he was probably totally right. I mean, naturally,
The dad said this is just what
Someone
the kid
leaves his
does.
mum.
The kid isn't a very friendly person because they just moved. They just came up there. He's in a new environment, and he's shy. It's a child. As I actually used to work with kids a lot, and a lot of kids are just like that. They're just shy around new people, and you have to just give them the time to adjust.
Oh yeah, and no, none of us, even for a second, start thinking this baby is in any way racist. We aren't going to discuss that probability at all. But why do you think she did it? Why did you think she went for something so preposterous as, like, oh, you clearly are not going to employ me as a childminder, so I'm going to scream racism against this baby?
Oh no, she's like a senator, or not a senator, some other politician person. She's actually an important person, and this was a colleague.
She's looking after this baby.
She's not looking after. She was going to a colleague's house.
Yeah.
And it was his kid. And, she was just over there for a visit. And
I see. Yeah.
If I had to make a guess, it was to slander her colleague. Oh well, he's raising a racist child. Where does he get that from? Oh, it must be from the parents. Oh well, the parents must be racist. It's those mental backflips that they go through to get the answer that they want.
Yeah, you fired me in your job. Yeah.
Why I raised this up was because this is I think a prime example of how the SJW mentality works in real life. And it's similar to the things we see on Twitter, on Facebook, and especially on Tumblr. I had to leave Tumblr altogether because I couldn't handle the type of things. I was in this little communities, a bit of an unknown anime there, a little bit of Dishonored on there.
No, a lot of people have Tumblrs. I have a Tumblr, mate. You're in good company. Like, many of us have a Tumblr. Some of it is because we went raids there, but
I don't use Tumblr anymore.
Yeah.
They told me I could get PTSD from this.
No, that's from Twitter. That's from Twitter.
PTSD from Tumblr, they told me. That is exactly what they told me. And
I actually use my Tumblr for my crafting stuff, and I love Tumblr for that because a lot of people post crafting. Like I'm big into cross stitch and crochet and knitting. That's what I use it for. I never have any problems.
Yeah, things like that, and Pinterest and Instagram. They're good. They're great image boards because it's a lovely big quality image you get up there, and you can do really long ones and stuff like that. Yeah. I often think of it as when I go to YouTube to share my stuff, which is how I push my stuff around the internet and that, generally from the YouTube, I can hit there, Tumblr, Google+, Twitter, and Facebook, all very quickly, all from the same place. And so Tumblr really is a quite an important website.
Yeah, the thing about Tumblr is that I used to post my drawings there and my stuff there. And it got to the point where the people I followed and the people who were following me, they thought I was something I was not. So when they started posting, when Gamergate broke up and they started posting things. I didn't agree with them, and I tried talking to them. All hell broke loose, and I just left Tumblr. I didn't like Tumblr very much in the first place. I think it's a very confusing interface. It's not like Blogger,
Yeah.
which is very simple. If you know a little bit about HTML, you can do really cool stuff. And with Tumblr, it's not like that. And when you're new to Tumblr, you feel like a fish out of water.
Mm.
It's not like on Twitter. I got on Twitter recently in the beginning of the year, and I feel great on Twitter. I don't go there very often, but when I do, I interact with people. I discuss with people. I think it's great. That's how I got more involved with Gamergate as well. I'm not very active, but I always try to share and tell stories I think are important to the community.
You come across very well. If you had a better microphone, you certainly would. Do you write a blog or anything?
No, right now. I used to
No.
run. I used to try to run a blog with a friend, but I usually get bored because I don't like typing on the PC. I love writing, but it's handwriting. My
Mm.
friends always push me to write short stories or something like that because they
Mm.
like reading it. But I always get so, oh, I don't like typing because
Yeah, fair enough.
and handwriting has started to hurt my back as well.
Fair enough. Like, I'm just gonna like throw the floor open now, and like we can talk about what we want to, because I want to quite quickly go and share the link again and see if any more people want to join in.
All right, all right.
Okay, so whatever you want to talk about, and let me let's see what's
So,
been
has anyone heard of the whole sad puppies thing?
Yeah, we if you want to go back to the Hugo Awards stuff, like let's do that. Yeah.
I heard that in the past couple of days, and I still didn't understood what was going on very well. I understand that there were some cries from the
Mm.
social justice warriors because of the people who were nominated for the Hugo Awards. But I'm not very familiar with those kind of the awards that are in the US
Yeah,
because
the
they don't.
reason why it's confusing is because basically what the Hugo Awards are is they're basically for sci-fi writing, and Brianna Wu essentially accused Gamergate of brigading the voting system to essentially nominate homophobic writers, even though we had no idea what this thing was happening. Plus, you need to spend like $40 to vote. So
Yeah.
apparently it was us. We did it. No idea. We're doing stuff, not knowing it yet.
So
Like swatting a moving car.
So yeah, so Anita accuses again of something half of us aren't even aware of.
I know it's Wu.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I didn't knew I was supporting homophobic people. You know the guy who did um what was the name of the game? Oh, it was this weird stop motion game. I don't remember. Oh, it's not Otherworld. Oh god, I forgot. It's a point and click adventure stop motion game from the late 90s or something like that.
Sounds too indie to me.
No, I don't think it's kind of indie. And my a very close friend of mine absolutely loves this kind of games. And once he heard that the creator is homophobic, for example, he's not very much involved in Gamergate. For example, he doesn't like the social justice mentality. He stopped buying the games altogether. He said he was never going to buy one of these games again. And I feel that Gamergate and a lot of people who are involved in Gamergate have the same kind of mentality.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, if someone does something that goes against their values, it's not like they're gonna stop playing it, but they're not going to give them money. It's how I feel, for example, for Joss Whedon. I watched Buffy as a kid. I watched Avengers. I watched a lot of his stuff, and now I don't feel like giving him money.
I think that if it's like Joss Whedon and the movies are going to be pretty good, people are going to still go and see the movie, right? But when it comes to games, I think there's an overall distrust. So rather than buying the games from the get-go, people are waiting. I mean, I didn't buy Nivek, I believe you're echoing.
Sorry, I got a link to a Time magazine thing, and for some reason the video that I keep pausing keeps wanting to start again, because it's plot like that.
Evil. Yeah, so I've brought Hardwired.
Bloody hell, you're spazzing the whole room out. Hang on, let me close the windows.
You know, just downvoting Anita Sarkeesian on Time magazine.
Wait.
Oh yeah, she's like, I think she's got the same amount of votes as Kim Jong Un or Il.
Yeah.
Or
Kim
Jong-un,
Jong-un.
whatever his name is.
I saw that. I'm not surprised about it. Because she's kind of infamous, per se. Even people who are not gamers or don't like gaming or are not even very involved hear her name and are like, no, get her away from me. I do know this guy.
I think the word infamous is infamous.
Yeah. Going wrong.
I do know a guy who said he wanted to sleep with her just because she's over Arabic descent. Just for that. And taking into consideration what she's fighting for, I find that so ironic. I want to.
Has somebody got their YouTube open?
Nope.
I muted myself just to double check. Not me.
Yeah, we're echoing so much.
Let me check myself.
Every channel. Yeah, I can't spot where this is coming from at all, which is what I've been trying to do since it started. Let me close my YouTube off altogether. How does that sound now? And let me shut my Skype down.
Much better.
I'm not hearing it at all.
Better. Right, okay.
Alright. I don't know if it was me or not, but it happened.
What's up?
Hello, Brandon. Welcome to the room. Welcome to the Ultra's Lazy Sunday stream.
Welcome.
What up?
Yep, carry on then. Fuck it.
Now that you're here,
Chaos
entertain us.
Yeah.
Can someone give me a link to the stream?
You're in.
No,
Or
I think
the,
it means like
the YouTube.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Sorry, yeah.
Alright.
Right, who are you adding? Oh, God, that's ominous.
No, the YouTube video. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I've got it. It's in there now.
Thank you.
Yeah, make sure you turn the sound off when you put that on, because it'll...
I know. It'll echo.
Oh, good lad. You know, excellent. You don't need telling. Brilliant. That's the kind of people I like around me, my friend.
Anyone else play City Skylines?
I do. It's great.
Never heard of it.
But I have no money to buy it.
I've watched it a few times, but that's pretty much it.
Because
it's a SimCity, how it should have been.
Yeah, it's basically what SimCity should have been. I'm playing it right now as I talk to you guys.
And for like half price too. It's like only $30.
Yeah, I mean, the Sims series has gotten so expensive. I remember when it first came out, for about 20 euros I could buy the base game. Now I have to spend almost 60 euros to get a game.
Yeah, I'm just downloading a bunch of shit because I'm doing a kill your console series of videos.
I've just muted Ian there, just quickly to see if that sorts the problem out.
No, I think it's Nick or Nivik.
Just gonna unmute him.
Alright, yeah, he muted himself.
No, I muted him.
Oh.
I'm muting now.
I muted myself. I did.
Yeah, do you have headphones, dude?
I do, but I'm muted right now, and I'm still getting a bit of an echo.
Edit.
Yeah, it's
I don't hear it.
fair enough. Sorry, Has anyone got anything to talk about?
I mean,
There's always plenty to talk about.
wenches do not
good.
appear to be defecations.
I'm a little sad that Maxis is no longer in existence, a game company that I've been a fan of and following since I was a kid, playing SimCity on my Super Nintendo. Maxis is no more.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's sad.
Yep.
I get the same feeling.
They went the same way as Westwood.
Yeah, it's kind of. I feel the same feeling when Square Enix closed down Pavia, because it was a studio I was also following since I was like 12, when I got Dragon. And they're really creative studios, and just they're gone. They're no more.
Heck, I miss when Square Enix used to be Square Soft.
Jesus, I'm still from the.
That was
time
back
when-
in the 80s, though.
It was in the 90s still. Final Fantasy X is still just Squaresoft.
Oh, shit.
Kind of show my age there a little bit. Oof.
You 40-year-old fool.
I'm only 35! No, I'm not. I'm not 35. I'm actually much younger than that, but still.
Hey, I'm 34, so I'm old.
You don't sound that old.
You actually do sound much younger than that.
Yeah.
I know. Born in 81.
I was born in 88, so hey.
All right.
I feel like I'm gonna be the youngest.
And now I feel 2.
Well, I'll put it this way. My first gaming console was the Atari 2600.
Yes.
I definitely feel 2 now.
I remember seeing that, but I never had one. When I got into gaming, the first console I was given was a second-hand PlayStation 1. My first one of my first games was Final Fantasy VII, which currently I love.
Hello?
Hey, Lamau.
Yeah, the first actual system I actually owned myself and wasn't a hand-me-down from my older sister, because she gave me an Atari and a original Nintendo that she had, but the first one I had was a Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo was my favorite, that's for sure.
God, I had a GameCube. What the fuck?
I never had Nintendo systems, so I missed on a lot of games. I
had a Commodore 64. When?
Yeah, okay,
you're
well.
fucking old. You're like talking about riding dinosaurs and shit now.
I might be 29, but I've got the mental age of a 13-year-old, so I'm good.
Well, there you go. I'm probably one of the few people I know that actually didn't have a PS2 for the longest time.
I still have a PS2, but it's not working very well anymore.
Well, I mean, I have one now, but I mean, when it was the biggest thing, everyone else had a PlayStation 4, and I didn't. I had a.
Dude, I just bought a PS2 this year.
I gotta take a picture of my little my gaming center and send it to you guys. Give me just a minute to take a picture of my gaming center.
I would, but my desk looks like it's been inhabited by cavemen.
I don't
Oh,
know.
hey, so it looks a little bit better than mine then.
I really don't. Whoa! I really don't have a PS gaming center, and my room always looks like crap.
Yeah, right now I have a PS2, PS4.
Right now, I only have a PS2.
In the other room, I have a 360.
I only have a PS2 and a PS3.
I just have a gaming PC.
And I have the PC, yeah. But
I
it's
love
not
those
gaming. My PC is crap.
With a
Glorious
290
PC Master Race.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to show you guys the jewel of my collection. It's a TurboGrafx 16.
Ooh,
Aw shit.
me like.
We're getting up to the past prehistoric age now. We might get into technology soon.
Yay!
Is it steam powered?
I kid. TurboGrafx.
No, you don't.
Silence where I can join in.
Sure.
You'd always join in.
You mean?
No, I know. Someone was having a LAN party, which is why my internet was so bad.
Wow. LAN party.
It looks like it's a little bit better now.
A little bit.
You Quake ass.
Oh god, now you remind me of a time where I used to go to this.
My internet just keeps going out.
I used to go to this cyber cafe and they had a lot of LAN parties with Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike is the shit.
Counter-Strike LAN parties at a gaming center. Those are the fun ones because then you can punch someone in the face.
Yeah, I remember once they had a fight between two guys because one lost, and the other was like, "I should have won." No, you shouldn't. And they fight over coffee and stuff. It was great. I had great laughs while I was going there, but I prefer Team Fortress 2.
See, I actually used to work at a LAN center, so I've seen that kind of shit go down many times.
You fucking up!
You what? You shouldn't have done that.
Use a real gun, fucker!
So, not quite, but something like that. I mean, there's been some. Let's see. One guy took off his cast and started beating another one in the head with it.
Why would anybody do that?
I don't know. I shit you not. He had a cast on his arm. He took it off, which I'm guessing it must have been a fake one, and started beating a guy in the head with it.
Unless he was so angry that he was like, okay, I will deal with the pain of my broken arm just to beat the shit out of this guy because he used the op one time.
Well, he did use the op, so.
Fuck that guy. The guy I hate. It's a point-and-click adventure. That gun is a point-and-click adventure.
Pretty much, yep. With the only options being bullets and face. You add bullets to face.
And you solve the puzzle.
Exactly. What was the puzzle? Dead guys. But I think what's worse is that a lot of parents used to almost use us as a glorified babysitting company because they would, their kids would get off of school and they'd just drop them off with like, $30 and just tell them to, and just, we'd have all these little screaming kids from like 6 till maybe like 8 or 9.
Who's letting their 6-year-old play Counter-Strike?
I didn't say 6-year-old. I said they're from 6, like the time frame. They'd be like they're from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I think there was some younger kids there though. But I mean, yeah, they were like anywhere between 10 to 13-year-olds just there, and I mean they'd be playing stuff like this was like back when Left 4 Dead 2 was really popular. So you'd have all these little kids playing Left 4 Dead 2 and stuff, and just like screaming about it.
Oh, Left 4 Dead 2, that game.
I remember that.
Alright, I posted the links to the pictures of my gaming center in the sidebar.
Nice. I like it. I approve. I need to go find my old Dreamcast, because the Dreamcast had so many good games.
I never had a Dreamcast.
That was the best.
I had a Dreamcast, and it was
Wait, is that a Retron?
Oh, what now?
A Retron 5?
Retron.
It's a thing that allows you to play SNES, Genesis.
Oh, no. No, it's just
Or is that a Super Nintendo?
it's just a newer Super Nintendo model.
Yeah, man, the Dreamcast was like... The Dreamcast was beyond its time.
Yeah,
But, what...
was way up ahead.
Yeah. What killed it, though, is that, you know, no one was really prepared for the amount of piracy that would happen when people could just copy CDs. Like, everyone I knew who had a Dreamcast had, like, at least, like, 10 or 12 pirated game CDs just laying around.
Yep.
It's like, wow.
No, it's harder to do that.
Yeah, now it's really hard to do that. Not impossible, but just very difficult.
Oh god. I don't have a real game center, and I play my PS3 on the 90s TV. But I was looking at my games, and I have so many games. I don't have so many games. I have a lot of games.
Oh yeah, I used to have the Xbox 360 till I got the Red Ring of Death.
No, not the Red Ring of Death.
I went through like 3 Xbox 360s, and the first Xbox I had was apparently the one that everybody was having the problems with, and I had that for like years with those powers.
Yep. Same thing here. I had a Xbox and an Xbox 360. Mine also did Red Ring quite a few times, but at least, you know, most of the time they would just like fix it for free. Or I only had to pay for it to get fixed once.
Yeah, I only had one.
Oh god, she's attacking TJ again. Oh my god.
I put something in the sidebar. It's a sick burn. Sick burn, bro.
Yep, that is. I like what you posted there, Bren.
What?
The Amazing Atheist post?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, yep, that's pretty much correct.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Make it beige.
Beige Cube Simulator 5000.
Well, I'm just watching a review of Revolution 60, well, obviously a fanboy, and they're on the intro, and he says, reminds me of a Pixar movie, the graphics.
No.
What is this, a fucking beta Pixar movie?
Like, I think even like, what was it, Bug's Life, or like that one had better graphics. That one had more anatomically correct females.
And
what I'm looking at right
more
is
facial expression, which is very important in games.
the main character is on a motorbike, right? And the wheels aren't round.
They're square.
Yeah, that's...
They look like someone had tried to make donuts with like Play-Doh and then rolled the wheels a bit.
Round shapes are incredibly hard to draw. But come on, guys, put some effort into it.
It's a circle. It's
There
a
are
fucking
tools-
circle.
There are tools to make circles.
You know what's even worse? This is like a part of the intro. It's not game rendered. They could have pre-rendered perfect circles.
Brianna, you're telling me you can't draw a circle.
Tell me it
wanna
took
make a
3
game.
years and more money than I make in 5 to make that?
You want to make a game, but you can't draw a fucking circle. I think it's back to kindergarten for you.
Mm-hmm.
I can't draw a perfect circle, and I'm 23 now, but come on. At least I would put some effort. Buy Inventor or some shit to do the freaking circles for you.
I don't even know what to say about Brianna anymore. I really don't.
So Brianna is lovely to laugh.
Yeah, you can't say anything bad about Brianna. She's a lovely lady, and everything she does right is
lady with quotation marks there. Okay.
No, she's a lady.
Trust me, there are so many rabbit eating quotation marks going on right now.
And the thing is, she's shown that she can be an adult, but most of the time she acts like a child.
Because that's what gives her attention. If she acts like an adult, nobody will care about her.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much hitting the nail on the head right there. Don't forget, she's Batman, and the whole fucking Gamergate community is Joker.
Like, she fucking went onto Kotaku in Action stream and actually had a good conversation. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, she can be an adult. And then she goes on Twitter again, like, not even a couple days later after that, and acts like a complete fucking child.
But acting like an adult will
Does she have meds that she just, like, sometimes actually takes and then forgets?
Could be. Taking in consideration her situation, it could be hormonal imbalance, or she could be suffering of some personality disorder. I know that
actually sounds plausible.
I know that people like her. At the start of the process, suffer mood changes because of the body's adapting to the hormones, and sometimes they get hormonal overloads and they get aggressive. It's rare to actually get violent, but they do get aggressive, and it's possible that she's taking an hormonal overload or she's just batshit insane. I don't want to say batshit insane, but she might have depression due to the time she had to spend as a man, or something like that.
I wonder if she might be mixing some stuff, like maybe if she's taking some antidepressants and then the hormone stuff, and then it's all kind of mixing around inside her body, and God knows what kind of reactions those could put together.
It could be, but if she's taking that, her doctors would know, unless she's hiding from everybody that she's not born a woman.
That could be it. I know that Rainey Harper is on some kind of ADHD medication.
Now, actually, yeah, maybe that's where the meth thing comes from. It's basically fucking speed.
Yeah.
She posted that she was on a mix of something and what they would call RX or something. Some kind of Ritalin equivalent.
Is it odd that I would not be surprised if the more we dug, we'd find out that almost all of the social justice warriors were on some kind of drug?
No, okay, here's
I'm not dissing drugs. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but it's like, speaking of literally who's here, I recently fucking found out what Depression Quest was made on. It was made on a game engine called Twine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Twine. Yep. As in.
It's basically an interactive ED article. That's how you edit the fucking game. Mm-hmm. If you can make an ED article, you can make a game on Twine.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, this is what she sucked a dick for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Total Biscuit made a game on Twine called Ethics Quest, so that just shows you how much skill you need to use it.
The thing about that kind of games, they need to be really well written to actually do well. and she does not have the writing or the understanding about depression to make it. Because I remember I played the game, and I remember going through it, and I wanted to make decisions that the game wouldn't let me because the person was depressed, but I have dealt with people with depression who will make those decisions because they know they need help. And she was basically taking away your power of understanding of your own situation.
That reminds me, was it Georgie on the go, whatever, wrote an article about the depression quest, and said that if you're like suffering, you should go and see a doctor, right, and maybe take medication, right, because that could help, right. And Zyquin replied back saying that medication it's killing people, and as I've just realized, learned that, well, yeah, she reckons that some medications essentially kill people with depression, specifically anti-depression meds. Brianna Wu's husband, Frank Wu, he's a lawyer, a patent lawyer for pharmaceutical conglomerate.
That's ironic.
Who wants to?
So what?
These are the people talking about privilege and shit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're all well off.
Oh, fuck, let's
Yeah,
not forget about herself, who was like, oh, at so-and-so, my parents gave me, what was it, like $300,000 or something like that?
More.
200,000.
These are the people that want to talk about privilege when they're lawyers for pharmaceutical companies.
They're swimming in money.
What is it? Alistair Lifshit's father is an arms dealer.
Well,
Yeah.
International millionaire arms dealer.
So yeah, his daddy's a fucking millionaire.
Yeah,
The
John McIntosh's
John McIntosh has
father
a-
owns a house on an island separated from the United States slightly.
So when
That's the kind of lies they lead. Yes,
the only one that can in my opinion talk about privilege, but she can't talk about harassment because of a lot of the shit she's done in the past and a lot of the shit she hasn't shown remorse for in the
Randy
past
Harper.
is Zoe Quinn.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, there's a bunch of them that haven't ever shown remorse for anything. Chris Clue is bad for that.
She will
You were
not
saying.
show
Carry on.
remorse.
Are you
Actually-
working to a point, mate?
Actually, about what I've read, Zoe Quinn shows some traits of being a psychopath because she shows no remorse, she shows no compassion whatsoever, and she only cares about herself. She's the center of all attention. She has to be on the eye of the hurricane.
Her real name is Chelsea Valkenburg, Van Valkenburg.
Yeah.
Tell me, that name doesn't scream to you wealthy European.
Well, she sounds Dutch, doesn't she? She sounds probably Jewish as well.
Not really, but I mean it's just a fucking thing of it's like I've splurged what she's done in the past, so I'm not going to do it again because I've done it enough, in my opinion. Something if you want to look at it, you can fucking.
Well, do I want to look at you splurging Zoe Quinn?
I've read some stuff she did, not a lot. I've read about the one time she told a photographer that she had killed a guy because he attempted to rape her. Apparently.
Yeah.
Here's something. Pay no attention to the rest of the article, but the archives, and you will see. And then look up what Hell Dump 2K is, and you'll see why she's.
I know what Hell Dump is. Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah. So.
Well aware of what Heldum is.
Yeah. So.
Excuse me.
People who are very savvy on the internet have all pretty much known Helldump.
So yeah.
Oh, we're particular scum. We do know what all sorts of. We know what cow is. We know what bath is. You can take those as read amongst us. We know a lot of boards on 8chan all over.
The thing is, BAF isn't even that bad. They do it for lulz. They maybe, there are a few shitty people on there.
No, let's not talk about them. We know about BAF. We don't talk about it.
Alright.
Yeah,
like
no,
Fight
it's
Club.
fair enough. No, it's fair enough. It's like Fight Club. It's one of the rules, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I don't want grief for them. I've seen my name on Cow. I don't want it to stretch into Bath before. Not connected. Not connected to anything. Like, I tell you why. Do you know Sensible Gamer?
I know Sensible Gamer, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I love him. I think he's wonderful. I think he's beautiful. I want him to hold him close to me and hug him and all
He's
that.
like the child we never had.
He's like he is. He's like the child of ultras. He's a wonderful, wonderful faggot, and we love him a great deal. We follow him around. Yeah, and he come on a podcast once, and he said, "Oh, his name appeared as Danny." So we thought, "Oh, well, your name is Danny," and so I mentioned that to him once on Twitter. And next time I see his pictures in Cow and Bath where he's been laughing about stuff before, he says, "This guy knows him, and look, here's some people in his group who are also called Danny." And they showed Danny Gilperin and like a couple of other Dannys who had nothing to do with him and were actually people already on fucking Bath and H and shit like that. I thought, oh god, this is gonna feed into itself.
So basically, Baphomet are terrible doxers.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, this seemed like a fake dox, but no, I'm not saying that at all. Bath are certainly not that. They're very good at that kind of thing.
Cow's not exactly great at doxing because, you know, their ability is more about finding hilarious stuff rather than putting out information.
Yeah.
So when they see something that's probably not true, they still investigate it anyway because it could be funny at least.
Yeah. Like Pete Coffin and his wife. And like she's one of those sex dolls because she has extremely clean skin and she has a deformity with her jaw, which makes her look slightly like one of those sex dolls from Thing. Now I reckon they knew that right from the start, but they still spread around the rumor that so he was forced to get his wife onto a podcast to prove she was real and could talk and was human, could move about and hold a conversation.
Well, I'm gonna say
she looks so much like one of those Japanese sex dolls all made out of latex that look really realistic.
I'm gonna say that's totally Peter Coffin's fault because he put up a blog post in 2012 with a picture of him and his wife kneeling, like taking a photo. Who takes photos while kneeling? And on it says, "My new sex doll, my new fake
Okay,
fake
that's
wife."
pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, so he started it, didn't he? And that's kind of creepy. If he felt like this woman he was screwing, and supposedly making a lovely new loving relationship with, looked like some fucking artificial sex doll, and that was kind of hot.
He's a
creepy
shitty person. I saw another one of his videos. It's called Easy Mode, and there's something about I play Easy Mode because I've got a wife now. And then there's a short 1 second scene where there's a camera right over his wife's boobs, and her hands just jiggle her boobs.
It's
My Chrome crashed out on me a minute ago. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
So, Peter Coffin, wonderful wife. I'm getting so much echo even on this headset. I switched over and I went to the microphone and headset thing and turned things down, but I'm getting echo and everything. It's annoying.
Ian, did I tell you about how I think Peter Coffin's all his fake girlfriends are all linked to Star Trek?
No, but expound your theory. This sounds fascinating.
Okay, so let's just assume for a second that his wife now, right, is a part of the whole scam job and pretend that he wants people to think that she's a doll, right?
Yes.
The first one, Kimi Kobayashi, right? Now, if you know anything about Kobayashi and Star Trek, that's the Kobayashi Maru.
Yeah, and
Which is a common thing in Star Trek.
in that film, like it's Kobayashi Industries, isn't it? As part of the lie. Yeah. What was it in The Usual Suspects?
It's mentioned in every single series of Star Trek, right?
Is it?
The next
Kobayashi
one is
Maru.
Yeah.
Cheat to win.
Because it's the big test that Kirk basically cheated. And the other one is the Cherry Riser, the other woman he faked. Mind you, her account has disappeared now. Riser is now a prominent planet in Star Trek.
Yeah, a Star Trek fun planet, isn't it? Yeah.
I can't remember the other woman's name right, but it was some European name. You can't pronounce it. But the photo that they used for the account, right, was stolen from a woman called Mimi Kirk.
What? And they've totally misshaped that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And
Miss,
and
you were saying. Say what you were going to say, Miss.
There is too much irony in here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not irony, right?
Yeah. Sorry, you miss.
How his wife fits into this, right, is the idea that she's supposed to be a fake doll. Now, a couple of episodes from the original series called Mud's Women, right? This was a very popular episode because they made about 3 different episodes that linked all together, and they were all about a guy who landed on a planet where there was these machines that would make anatomically correct women to serve.
I've seen Peter Coffin dressed as Kirk before.
And and remember he also had this video about some transgendered Worf character on the Enterprise.
Right. Transgendered Worf. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's not good.
Don't come away to the away room. Oh dear.
No. So I would not be surprised if the next fake girlfriend. The next fake girlfriend has something to do with Star Trek.
It's odd, isn't it? He's got something going on there.
Yeah, because I think if you're gonna fake enough girlfriends, right, you get bound to have a pattern. The creativity has to spring from somewhere. So if you would just use some kind of TV show just to get a rough idea of what do you want to call everything, it could have been Doctor Who.
Yeah. Doctor Who's funny.
Rose and Donna.
Carry on, mate.
Oh, how was the name of the other ones? There was Sarah Jane Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always a woman in the background with Doctor Who.
Yeah,
nothing ever seems to happen.
Amy. There's Amy too.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
In later Doctor Who's, everything becomes very, very sexually
charged.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with Amy Pound. Yeah.
Yeah, and Captain Jack Harkness, the sort of gay and macho flying around captain figure, even more flamboyant than the Doctor, perhaps.
Yeah, technically he's not gay. He swings every single possible way you could possibly shake a stick at.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty much the definition of pansexual.
Pretty much. But at least they give him a reason for that, and it's that he came from a time in the future where I guess the social justice warriors have taken over and sexuality means nothing anymore.
Yeah. And it seems to say something about Doctor Who, doesn't it?
Well, Doctor Who was always like this.
Not.
If you watch the classic Doctor Who, it really hasn't much to do with that. And even the David Tennant era doesn't have much to do with that. When Stephen Moffat took over, it started to have this feel, and I actually dropped Doctor Who that way.
Did he have any relations with men twins, or was it all hinted at?
With Louis, he fell in love with her, actually. And there is this other doctor who stayed with her in the Ultimated Universe. The doctor that was born from his hand, or shenanigans like that.
Mm.
And I think with Sarah, there was some tension between him and Sarah Jane Smith. But I think she married away or some stuff like that. I don't recall it very well. It has been a while since I watched it. But,
Yeah, I'm so pleased that you've decided to talk to us through this strange portal between our universes today.
Oh, I'm glad that I'm here actually.
Yeah.
It has been fun.
I hope you can hear us as well as we can in your world as you are coming into ours.
Yeah, it's really nice to have this sort of thing because it's actually really cool to share our thoughts about the things we know and the things we like and how we connect with.
Whoa, someone's face.
Yeah.
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 So,
How many? Somebody else has entered the room.
Yeah.
Or seems to be a small group of people. Join in when you like. Oh, they just disappeared.
And they vanished.
Yeah.
And they're gone.
And they're gone. Yeah, but that for a while there, that was fascinating, wasn't it?
It was.
You could see their living room
Yep.
and stuff. Yeah.
It was like people just like, hey, what's up? And then...
Yeah, they were just like, no, it's all gone a bit mad in here.
It was a small tour to his house.
It's like, oh god, Gamergators, run away!
Yeah, oh, the misogyny is strong in this place.
Good, good. Let the
Good.
misogyny flow through you.
Yes, yeah, good. Let it, yeah. Well, I've had a wonderful week running Gamergate Ultras. It's been exciting. It's been full of... well, we had that wonderful woman, Letitia, appear the other night. She'd written this article, and I think we'd... No, she found our group and appeared out of nowhere. She just popped up and posted her article. We naturally got in a bit of an argument, or people did. She wrote to me, and I was like, ugh, I've already seen that. What do you expect me to say? Of course you're going to find opposition in our group and that kind of thing. And she got into arguments with my admins. She was running around calling us all rapists, which was the whole content of her article. Gamergator equals rapists, more or less. And, well, it was great. She had a great argument with all the people and wound out some of her energy there. And then Darren, one of my admins, well, I'd asked everyone really, and I still am. Darren made a video. One of them was him impersonating her in a bad French voice. And the other was a puppet show type thing where except he did pictures. One of them was Gomer Pyle, a wonderful Gomer Pyle accent, and then he repeated the unusual French accent that he'd done before, and read through all the tweet conversations and the private message conversations that they'd had before, and that was wonderful. And that up, and I recommend that you check that out if you're listening and that kind of thing. On my friend Darren, his channel on YouTube is called Don't Keep the Faith. So check him out. Darren Miller. Sorry, I have quite a drink tonight and a few smokes.
It's all good.
Well, yes, isn't it? It is the Lazy Sunday stream. Yeah, it's an Easter weekend, and yeah.
Yeah, at least you just had weird dreams and I'm actually sick. I couldn't sleep until 5 a.m.
Right.
Yeah, I have a bit of a flu. So yeah, I didn't came in the start because I fell asleep. After lunch, I was a bit with my family. Then I came upstairs. I did a bit of more work in the forum, and then I went to sleep. And now I'm here because
It's very
I
hard
don't
to hear you.
I don't know I don't know what happened, but it hurts, and I'm sorry, but it hurts a little when I talk a little louder.
Is it? I mean, I'm afraid it's your computer that's the problem, really. Do you mind if I let you go? I'm afraid, mate, because it's really mucking things up.
It's all right.
Okay, I'm sorry about that because it's sort of making the whole podcast echo, I think.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll come back some other day and
Yeah.
maybe do better.
We
I
will
have fun
absolutely
doing
do
that.
this again, and I'm annoyed because the things you said today have been absolutely so salient and relevant, and of good sense. I really do want to continue our conversation, and I'm absolutely gutted myself. But like,
I'll come back again. Don't worry. When there's another podcast, I'll try
to be honest, I'd like to hold a Kickstarter for a new microphone for you. I mean, you have said some wonderful stuff tonight. That's really,
Hey, I'll chip in on that.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Aya.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry.
Okay,
I'm
God bless
fine.
you. Okay, mate. Oh, that should have worked, but it hasn't. Hey, clearly I'm going to have to ask you to leave yourself because I don't know how to eject anyone from the room.
It's alright. It's alright. Don't worry. Don't apologize. Really, I understand that you want to continue this. So I'll bid you all farewell, and I'll come back next time. I had tons of fun today.
Okay.
Indeed. Wonderful talking to you.
It has been.
As you. So
Make sure you keep in contact with us, and that, like, you're in the group, no doubt, because you've seen this.
I pop up sometimes, and I'll make sure to pop up much often.
I'm gonna personally mail you later and sort this out with you, and we'll get things sorted.
It's alright.
Absolutely.
So see you guys next time.
Okay.
See you, mate.
See you, mate.
Oh wow, that is a lot clearer.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was working from a laptop.
Ah, well.
So, like, sometimes if your speakers are up to here and your microphone is on, they will interfere with each other. And of course, we'll be coming through his microphone and it sets up a loop. I mean,
Yeah.
it's enough sometimes with my speakers on, which are very low projection, and my headphones, which are also similarly like to close things around it.
Speaking of Kickstarter things, we need to buy you a pop filter.
Yeah, I'm terribly sorry about the quality of my microphone. It is old and it's not good.
You might want to just go take like a Kleenex or something, and just like a tissue, and just wrap it around the receiver.
I can try that. I've got a bit of cling film. No, that might have a membrane effect. Let me find something.
Not a problem. While he is off doing that, anyone else have a topic they would like to bring up? Well, suddenly everything.
No, nobody's got a topic. So you got to have me pop filtered.
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head. It's just one of those days. I think we touched on just about everything.
It was a nice little way to spend the Easter afternoon.
Well, this is the. Hang on, I found a bit of tinfoil here. Let me put this over. This could be better than a pop filter. Yeah, it might have this sort of robot tang. Tell me what it's at.
Look at me.
Right. what about this? This is something. Hello, how are you doing? My people on Facebook, I am your mutant alien overlord.
All hail our alien overlords.
That's not really working.
It kind of works. So.
Kind of works.
I was actually hoping for actual tinfoil conspiracy type things.
Well,
he's going to go into a rant. Please go into a rant.
Oh, no, I've had too much to drink. I couldn't follow even an incoherent thought process. I don't think.
I love Twitter. I've just found someone posted a picture of an attachment to an Xbox controller, which is essentially a dildo.
Yeah. There's enough porn though, isn't there, of that? I'm gonna try this one. Does that work? Or is it crinkling slightly? It's not really helping, is it?
It's a little better.
Really? Okay. I'll walk around with this like this and feels good to me. I have to keep my chin at a certain angle. It's kind of weird. It's like being in an odd bondage porn movie. Don't you spill that or I'll whip you. Yeah. Whoops. Ow.
Oh god, I just ran across it too.
Yes.
The woman vibe.
Yes.
Oh god, why?
Oh god, why? I could use such a better microphone.
Oh, okay, wait. Who has seen the new Fast and Furious movie?
I have not. I have not watched Fast and Furious movies in forever. I think the last one I watched was like 4, I think.
Well, on there is a character who is a younger, more prettier, better-looking version of Lee Alexander.
Ew.
Like
in looks or in how they act?
See, this is
like
what happened.
in looks.
Like, does she walk around with a microphone?
No, if you can remember way back, like when Lee Alexander was happy. That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. When she had the long hair. And that
She had
kind
the
of
long
thing.
hair. She could smile.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about the idea that, like, left-wing politics leaves you blaming everything, and right-wing politics leaves you a little more with no one to blame, and so it leaves you happier because you're not always sitting there complaining? I didn't explain that theory well, did I?
I was going to say, what?
What? Well, basically, I was trying to explain this to my old man the other day. He's getting on now. He's about 80.
One, you see demons everywhere, and one, it's ignorance is bliss.
In a way, yeah. One, you're looking for problems, and the other, like, you're either thinking I'll get on with my own stuff and fuck what everyone else is doing, the ignorance is bliss theory, or you're saying all this shit is on myself, and I have to stand up and deal with it, and I'm gonna have to take a cheerful attitude.
What I've noticed as an Australian, so American politics isn't my thing, but in America, it appears as what the left does is the left blames rich people. They blame groups for their downfall, where the right tends to blame political people.
I don't know. I'm a centrist, so I don't go either way. I'm a registered independent centrist.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, do I agree with your statement completely? Can you repeat the bare bones of that again?
That the left people, they blame groups for their issues, where the right blame, like, political powers.
Okay, so
Yeah, because the left always wants more.
So the left blame identity. Sorry, so the left blame identities, and the right blame political groups like the left.
Yeah.
Well, to make it short, it's the left goes, private industries suck. We need more government control. While the right, on the other hand, goes, the government control sucks. We need more private entities.
In essence, that's a split between the libertarian ideal and the collectivist ideal, isn't it? Yeah.
More or less.
The more power to the state, which inevitably ends with, or I would say inevitably ends with, more control of the public.
Authoritarianism.
Authoritarianism, yeah, like we see with how this stuff is happening in games. We should have a way to, we should have a place to appeal to and say this is wrong, but excuse me, when we look at the media, they are totally in agreement with it. If we looked at the government, they would say, well, we can't see anything here that wrong. We've talked to the FBI, and they come and investigate us. There are clearly areas that are not a problem and are going to be against our constitutions and our supposed rules and our supposed laws and freedoms and sense of rights, because things are changing.
So it gets very confusing in Australia because our Labor Party is essentially the Liberals, and the Liberal Party, the Australian Liberal Party, is actually our Conservatives.
So it's reversed for you.
It's reversed.
Yeah.
I remember someone asked me if I was if I liked the left politics or right politics better, and I was like, well, they both have their ups and downs, so I'm more of a middle ground type of person. And they asked me the same question again, like, no, are you left or right? I'm like, do you not understand that there can be more than just no? There's only left and right.
I hear that a lot.
And
it's the same, almost the same.
May I just say why I think that's such a fallacy about the left and the right? Because
one thing is that this was with a feminist I was arguing with. I just wanted to get that out there. So you can go ahead and go now.
Here's the thing, like, the left are doing this thing of moving constantly towards the left as far as they can, away from the democracy and the Western society that you used to know 50 years ago, or that was in existence 50 years ago. They constantly move away from that. So they say, and they constantly set new goals. So they can always say, well, you are so far to the right of us that you are the right now. Yeah. So you have to be pulled wherever they go. Otherwise, you are the right. Their definition of the right constantly changes, constantly expands, and constantly morphs. So even if, there are so many people in Gamergate, and the men's rights movement, and in the atheist movement, and everywhere, that consider themselves left-wing thinkers. Libertarian, egalitarian, liberal thinkers, but now they're being told that they are bigots, that they are racist, that they are right-wingers, because they don't fully believe with how far the extreme left-wing have moved away. So if you keep following the middle ground, left-wingers, you will be pulled into a place of authoritarian left-wing oppression unless you fight it, and fight it off in this stage, where it is talk, where it is thought. Fight it off now or later, it will be angry people in the streets. It will be groups of uniformed people that come to your house. Sooner or later it will be. And we had someone on here, Victor Blanchard, saying exactly the same thing, and we all do see this. You could go and ask Sargon and he would say, I can't disagree. Just get that out there, really, and I'd love to hear your thoughts back. Essentially.
instead of stepping sideways all the time, can we just go forward with progress instead of going left or right? Just saying.
Yeah. Well, that's always another arrow that's happening, that progress always moves forward. I would not say that left-wing thought is ever super good for progress, because political thought took so much effect on the Russian rocket program, in terms of sometimes their greatest scientists were great, sometimes they were political criminals and work wasn't done. And a guy who was brilliant was depressed and fucked around with. Whereas in America that never happened. And considering Russia stole the ideas from America in the first place, you can say that, like, authoritarian socialist ideas are absolutely awful for progress, because they can do so much damage. But that's quite a complicated explanation that, like, depends on you feeling both those things.
Personally, I'll never understand how people can think that a Marxist approach to anything is a good idea. But that's my personal stance on the matter.
Yes, I don't feel they yield results. But carry on. Yeah. It's your time.
It's your moment to shine.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're putting me on the spot here. Come on.
Yeah. I'm ready to hear why you don't like communism, baby.
Wait, where's my soapbox? I need something to stand on here.
Anyone. Like, why are all our wonderful stuff getting shitted up by the fucking authoritarian left? Why the fuck should they be coming in here smashing up everything? It's not our toys. It's our cultural items everywhere. They call them toys. We call them stuff we've invested in. Like, they will smash up everything. They bring division into everything and ruin it. They've done nothing good for any of the things that they've claimed to be a part of.
Absolutely.
It's nothing good. They just get themselves
burned everything they've gotten part of. They've made any kind of movement an utter laughing stock. I mean, let's not even go into the Occupy Wall Street incident, when they had the woman go on the TV show who called herself Ketchup and called herself a female-bodied person. Let's not even go about that little incident.
Yeah.
Let's not even talk about the Atheism Plus community. Let's not even talk about those people. Everywhere they go. Everywhere these people go. And I don't think it's necessarily feminists per se. What I think happened to feminists is what happened with atheism, except when the division happened, the social justice division won in the end. And that's how you get modern day feminism, is that's what happens when they win.
Yeah.
They completely take it over, and it has nothing. It looks nothing like the original movement, because I think we all agree the original feminist movement was a pretty cool thing.
What original feminist movement? Because I would say that, like, even suffragism had its problems. I would say the only feminist movement I can really say I agree with is the second wave feminism of Camille Paglia, and you know, from Gloria Steinem later onwards, when it softened a bit, when women realised they could actually make as much money as men, and you know, there was a generation there in the late 70s to the early 2000s where there were women like Brigadier Moffat in the British Army. She got very high. Commentators like Camille Paglia, Erin Pizzey, and Christine Hoff Sommers, like those later feminists, they had a lot to say, is what I'm trying to say.
The funny thing is that a lot of people talk about how, you know, women got the right to vote and things like that, but if you actually look at history, even before the laws were put down, there were women who got to vote on stuff. It was more about who had the money, who had the power at the time. Really, what the suffrage movement did is it opened up voting for people, everyone who did not have any power or money or wealth.
They can jump in and then get voting rights. I mean, women before that, if they owned enough land, yes, they absolutely had a voting right.
Absolutely.
I mean, so, you know, for powerful women, there was always a road. Too many women were then kept down, but then so many men were being kept down as well. And this is still the state today, that so many people are being oppressed generally by systems put up by what is the status quo? What is the state, the thing we call the state that we keep voting for to enlarge? Like, and every time we find we're kept down and we're pressed in, not allowed to do stuff by the very state we're voting for, and then we complain about that and ask for the government to help us, and they just put more laws on you. So you keep beating yourself down in a way. And every time, if you won't do it yourself, somebody else from another side of society will come and do that for you and say, well, these people need suppressing in some way. We're not doing as well as them, so you know, you need to take care of that. You need to level the balances. This isn't fair. Or this idea of fair and equality is probably the biggest problem. This is why you never have.
Because they want, there is equality. What they want is equity. What they want is everyone to be exactly the same in every possible manner, and that is utterly, positively ridiculous.
Torturous. Yes, Miss. I mean, you were going to say you sound like you've got the energy on. Ladies, I'll have a little bit of a positive, a progressive stack here in letting ladies talk first. I think that's only chivalrous. Miss, you want to say something? Otherwise, this lad's carrying on.
Oh no, you guys go ahead. I'm just listening.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay,
Hmm?
Okay, that's fine then, Miss. Well, you sounded like you wanted to jump in, and I think I've noticed that like boys do talk over girls a little bit.
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, well, I will have that kind of minor level of progressive stack here because I think that's just chivalry that we would all agree with. So that's fine.
Everyone should have the ability to get their own word in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know. You were talking.
What the?
Did I start?
We have a new guy, Josh.
Did the clown car pull up? Oh god, the social justice warriors are here. Everyone's scattered.
Yeah. Everybody's here. The police are coming for me. I'm sorry. I hear gunfire.
It's the PC police. The
Lay a
police
flat
are here.
can to the floor. What if you got swatted? Wouldn't that be awful? Has anyone considered what they'd do if they actually got swatted?
I
would
a little bit of a pickle.
That, so,
yeah.
Yeah.
If I had gotten swatted, I'd be in a little bit of trouble. Not myself so much, but my husband carries, and there's this whole thing that if somebody, regardless of whether they're police or not police, if they burst into the house, likely my husband's going to be pointing a gun at them, and that won't end well for anybody.
No, it won't. And
I live with a retired SWAT member, so that won't end well for anyone involved. I'll probably end up getting thrown into something, and nobody wants to go through that.
Yeah.
No. Well, no. Look, we're never gonna throw anyone into the butt end of an argument on any of my podcasts. You know, like you'll all get your time and space, and nobody will be humiliated or made to feel their ideas are wrong.
Absolutely. Right?
Well,
I've actually done a few odd jobs for the chief of police of my area and a few of the different sheriff's areas. So I'll probably just call them like, "Hey guys, can you fix this problem for me?"
Well,
yeah, you shouldn't do that.
We don't have SWAT. We don't have swatting at all. It just doesn't happen. If someone calls something to your house, right, you know what the cops do? They ring your house first.
Yeah.
They literally ring and go, is there something going on? And if they hear, if like a neighbour says they hear noises like it's screaming or that, they just send 2 cops around and they knock on the front door first. We've never had a SWAT incident ever.
Our police ring your door as well. You know, like, if they're coming on a raid on your house, they will be prepared, they will have warrants, they will have all the legal niceties that allow them to boot your door in and come and look for crack and drugs on your premises, or firearms or something like that. If somebody's phoned them up overnight, they're not gonna. Yeah, exactly. They're not gonna fuck in your door. They're not going to touch you. What they will come around for, if you said something like you're suicidal or something, they will come and ring your door and they will come in and make sure you're all right. But they're not going to boot your door through for anything. Whoever's in our room and is using that bzit, yeah, we can remove you. Yeah.
We're calling you out.
Oh, that's actually me because I'm on my phone. I am so sorry.
No, it's fine. Oh no, it's no problem then. Look, there is a sound effects volume, and there is a sound effects thing just in the sidebar that you can use. I think it's called Google Effects, and I don't mind you using those. That'd be amusing, but just dip dip is not much of a sound effect.
It's fine. We've already swatted you. The police are on the way.
Yeah. Well, that's what it's like. That's what I thought we got. Yeah. You've read my mind, sir. You absolutely have. Yeah. You've sussed my inner concerns. Right. Look, Google Effects. Everybody go and have a look at Google Effects. Yeah. Oops. Hang on.
I'm going to sit back down here because I was pacing.
You were pissing?
Pacing. Walking back and forth.
Pacing.
I heard piercing, as in like, you know, nose piercings. I thought,
yeah.
What? Huh?
Yeah. There was no screaming. I don't believe you were piercing. Yeah. Yeah. Google Effects. Everyone go and have a go with Google Effects. Let's get it out of our system.
I believe this will be the first time. This is the first time the GG stream has used sound effects, so I believe that we're
yeah, we're a first of...
We're progressives. We're progressives.
We're progressives. We've done a good thing today. Oh.
Do you know what? Because we're progressive, we're making all these changes. We're going to make some money.
Yeah.
Hey.
See, the problem with that is none of us have Patreons, and no one here is begging for money. So we're going to be broke until the end of this.
I don't have a...
Quick! Someone fetch me my tin cup. I need to rattle it.
I'm not allowed to earn money. I get my government disability check, which I'm perfectly entitled to because I'm with epilepsy and all my problems. And so I absolutely refuse to earn money. I spend about 60 hours a week, not £60 a week, 60 hours a week doing Gamergate shit. And that's what I do, I think, to earn my dole. Because it's just sitting around on my arse, and I think
So it's like every other government job.
Well, yeah, I think I get money I don't deserve, so I try and put it back.
Government funds Gamergate.
Yeah. Yeah, British government. The Department of Work and Pensions is funding Gamergate. Yeah. Oh fuck! They'll kill me now. I'll get my gyro cancelled. You cunt! No, fuck you, Ozya. Fuck. Jesus.
I'm sorry, sir.
Don't give them ideas. Jesus.
I'm sorry, sir. You must now turn in your patriarchy card.
No.
You're gonna have to kill me for my
no.
card. Just saying. I enjoy my card. It gets me free Subway sandwiches.
Really? Bloody hell! What?
Hell yeah! You know when you look white but you're Puerto Rican, so when you go in there and they're like, "Oh wait, we don't know where he belongs. Just give him a sandwich so he shuts up."
Oh, I see. You've incited our cognitive dissonance. Have a sandwich and go away. Yes. Oh, God.
How dare you? We don't know how to approach you. We can't call you privileged. So sandwich.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, did any of you guys hear about that whole Starbucks race together thing?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God! I have a funny story about that.
Please do share.
I went there and I ordered a normal hot chocolate, and of course they put race together, and I had to get the only white barista there. So he looked at me, and like I said, I look white, but I'm Puerto Rican, so he's like, "Do we really have to go through this?" And I said, "Look,
Say no.
I'm gonna make you feel really bad if you talk to me about this. So let's just save each other the time." And then the manager came up and he was like, "This is something we all got to talk about." I said, "No, we don't have to talk about it. You want to talk about it because somebody told you had to talk about it."
Yeah. You don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I want my hot chocolate. I'm not making a big deal by buying my hot chocolate. This ain't about race. Just my chocolate, please.
Look, and that's what it got to. It was he was like, "Well, we have to talk," and I said, "What are we going to talk about? We're going to sit here and talk about what, feminism? We're going to talk about, well, we can talk about." I said, "No, if we talk about it, I'm going to make you feel bad and you're going to throw me out of the store. Give me my hot chocolate and my biscotti so I can leave."
Yeah. So, they can't force you. Jesus, this is not a world I want to live in. I don't want my kids living in this world.
I'd put them on the spot and just start talking about some random tribe from Zambia.
Well, look, the thing is, we don't have to talk about this. We're already doing all right. We've been talking about it. We've been talking about it to each other with respect and we've made it work over the internet for years. This is why gaming was already so good. We don't need to be wandering around licking each other's bums and not talking about it, making a difference between races and people when everyone else has been trying to make a similitude between people.
Unless your fetish is licking bums, that's okay.
Licking bums, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I do have to ask, does anybody remember when you could just kick somebody's ass in a video game and nobody bitched at you?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
We always used to bitch, but we found better reasons.
No, because I was playing a game of Heroes of Newerth the other day, and of course the person starts talking
the other
shit,
day, not 10 years ago.
and the person was talking shit, and then when you make them feel bad about yourself, "Oh well, you're just entitled. You play this game so much."
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I bitched
that's
you.
fine.
Yes, it's called practice. It's called I invested my time in this. It's called stop being such a little scrublet.
I'm not going to let you win just because you're upset.
Just get good. Take a cup of Get Good and stop crying.
It's like, I remember this one guy. I played against him a couple times in League of Legends, and I don't think he recognized my name because I fought against him a couple times. The first time I fought against him, our team lost, and he kept calling us all noobs and losers and so on and so forth. And then a couple of games later, I ran into him again, and he just had one of those names that's like really easy to remember.
Yeah.
So I ran into him again, and we mopped the floor with him, and he kept going, "God, you guys are just
You
no-lifers.
did it this time.
You guys are no-lifers, man. You play this game all the time. And he just kept complaining like that. I was like,
Yes.
you can't win with some of these
I
people. They
have.
just want to bitch. They just want to bitch.
Well, you just got to fucking jump on people then. I stomped all over your shit, you fucking bitch. Yeah, eat my fucking testicles, you fucking whore bitch. Yeah, fuck you. You lost. You fucking lost.
And I guess that's why Blizzard's game, Heroes of the Storm, has no cross chat. You can only talk to your teammates, and that's it. You can't talk to the enemy team at all.
Excellent. I will still
just
find a way to
remembered
tell him that.
something. Did you guys see Brianna Wu slam Bloodborne?
Yeah. No.
No, I didn't actually.
She slammed it. I forgot what she said, but she said something to the effect of any
It's
game
sexist,
that.
right?
No. It was this game is for
Let me
people
go look at my
who,
own group.
Fuck. I forgot what she said about it, but it was something to the effect of like this game
Let me go and
shouldn't
look
be
on
this hard.
Gamergate Ultras, the group that you should all be members of.
Absolutely, I'm part of Gamergate Ultras. It's the best Gamergate group ever.
Best gamer group on Facebook.
But actually, yes, I actually do remember something about that. It was pretty much it was made so hard to try to keep other people out of gaming.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
It was something to that effect. It's just like...
What they do want to keep women out of gaming so they can find a problem that they can corner. They want themselves in gaming. Fuck it.
Oh, here we go. The only kind of people who like games like Bloodborne are people that base their entire identity off the phrase "get good."
Yeah, that's some tasty salt right there. No,
that's totally wrong because I don't have to get good. I am good.
Get good is is wonderful advice for anyone. It really is. You can't argue with the advice. Get good. Become better.
Get good.
Yeah.
At sewing, crochet, we don't care.
Rev 60, guys. That's all I have to say. Rev 60.
There's no colour in the phrase "get good." There is just get good. There is no don't try. There is no stop. There is no or. There is just get good. Become better, and people do, and people will. And it's a reassurance as much as it's an instruction. You will get good. Keep trying. It's a reassurance. There's nothing wrong with the phrase "get good." It's a total positive.
But have you ever noticed how the social justice warriors have this hive mentality?
Mm-hmm.
Everything has to be. If one person likes it, everybody likes it. If one person doesn't like it, everybody has to not like it.
The social justice warrior is not a... It's a group. They make their identity... I can't. They base their identity off of this crusader mindset. It's the only way they know how to be. So that's why they basically have this groupthink, because it's the only identity that they can make. If you look at them, they're all very bland people.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Someone needs a...
And that's why they blame... That's why they think every single person in Gamergate means... It kind of represents every other person in Gamergate.
Yeah, they love the conflation theory, it's the fallacy of composition and division, isn't it? They divide for themselves and say, only one of us said that, and they combine and
that person's not a real feminist.
Yeah, they compile for us. They say all of Gamergate said this because I saw this in one place.
Mm-hmm.
One person said this, all of Gamergate did this.
All of Gamergate did this because this one person said this one thing, and he's never been seen in Gamergate, and no one in Gamergate knows him, but he's so part of Gamergate, so all of Gamergate is responsible.
And every time we hear that, we should say, that's the fallacy of composition and division. That's a lie. And we should just throw that to them every time and say, what other lies have you got for us? We should keep saying, you're liars, you're fools, you're brainwashed, you're liars, you're fools. All of your science is pseudoscience. All of your studies are compiled by yourselves and okayed by yourselves. There's just a lot of you in some clever places. You're liars. You're con men. You're con women. And there is nothing to admire about you. You don't represent anyone. You don't represent anyone. These ideas are important to remember. They represent no one. They're liars. They're con men. Everything they throw at us is a lie. And keep saying, look, this is what you're doing. Turn it back at them and say, look, you've thrown us a lie there. You claimed you represent these people and you don't. You're a con man. There's no point you keep doubling down on this. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. Just agree with this, and you might have a career left.
None of them exist in STEM fields, because STEM fields you have to deal in facts.
Exactly. They can't.
But all the academics are philosophers and psychiatrists.
I love it. Every time we have someone who actually is in some kind of field like that,
Yeah.
they discredit them immediately.
Yeah.
Like, what was that guy's name that used to be in Gamergate? He used to run statistics for Gamergate.
Chris von Schaffnaz. Yeah, he still is, but he's recently found that his condition has developed to multiple sclerosis. So we can expect less from him, or more. Who knows?
Yeah, but I mean, he stopped doing statistics for Gamergate because of the sheer amount of hate he would get.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't doing statistics for us. He was doing statistics for them originally. But he did them honestly, and they didn't show the results they wanted, and they all turned on him. Which is where many of our members have come from. Alistair Pinsov was someone they turned on. Brad Wardell was a perfectly honest game developer that got hit by SJW tactics in the past. I won't say it was because of part of Gamergate, but you know, Total Biscuit was very much neutral until they laid into him. Like Mark Kern, when he came in, was either or until they laid into him. I mean, when you look at some other neutrals in Gamergate, like Leanna Kay or whatever, she's been neutral and come in from the start, and they've never hit her. They've never criticised her. They've never tried to, and she's never complained about it. She seems to be getting a light pass, so this is why I don't pay her a lot of attention. This is also why. No, I'm not going to move us on to that subject of the I team. We'll stay away from them.
Well, I mean, isn't she a feminist too? I mean, I'm pretty sure Leanna Kay is a feminist.
Yes, she is. She absolutely is, and she makes no bones about it. And because so many of us are egalitarians and don't, as you say, have a problem with feminism in some of its respects, but with extreme radical feminism in the SJW form we all do. So yeah, it's nothing that's going to be held against someone initially that like you have feminist or left-wing leanings. I mean, it's not a problem in Gamergate to have that thinking. Just it's not a problem to have the complete opposite of those thoughts.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of interesting.
You go first, mate.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I've said more than enough. I just said that it was interesting because you see developers like American McGee, and you see people like the guy who made Earthworm Jim, who they're completely oblivious to everything until all of a sudden they say something, and they jump on these devs, and then they're sitting there like, do you people not understand who I am? I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah, but they do get it, don't they? And their careers could disappear easily enough if they're not defended, if they're not backed up. And how many of them get kicked in the balls before they can say, look at this whole raft of the games industry and look at all these different men in it who have already been discredited. That guy's a racist, that guy's a sexist, that guy supports rape, that guy does this. He works for this, and this, and this. Look, we've built this industry of indie gamers with interesting games that don't have win or loss conditions, where you will never feel upset by playing it because it's always going to be throwing peanuts at you for just the tiniest little of agreeing with what we want you to agree with. You can see how games could be used as different tools rather than challenging testing tools to become tools that are propaganda tools that like make you agree with their ideas and test you at different levels until you do agree with their ideas in all sorts of real world situations, and maybe even start testing you in your real world situations according to games, which is what they're kind of talking about, which is what they want.
Well, it's kind of like a rat maze. You know, you have the rat going through, and there really is no win or loss condition. It's just reinforcing the ideals until the rat gets the idea of this is where I need to go.
Yeah.
It keeps
you're not telling it left and right. You're telling it this is the way forward. And that's very much what they're doing. They don't instruct you in an individual manner. They instruct you to listen and believe.
I actually ran into a parent who was kind of like this because a few years ago I was helping coach a little like Pee-wee football league.
Mm-hmm.
Well, American football for people who don't know about American
football. An excellent pursuit. Yeah.
So I remember the lady came up to me and started screaming at me, and it took me a good 3 or 4 minutes talking to her before I figured out what she was screaming about, and it was because her son got tackled in football. And in American football, you know,
that's gonna happen.
it's football. It's kind of part of the thing.
He's got armor on. If he was an English child, he might be playing rugby. You brought him here, madam. You brought him here.
Exactly.
He's going to be
Wait a sec, but these are also the same people that made tag football. Remember that
actually,
is a thing.
Yeah. I'm actually going to blame Special Justice Warriors on American football because you guys wear armor pads.
Well, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's another different thing, possibly even more rough than rugby. And you know what? There's something in Europe that's even tougher than all of these sports. It's a football
Gaelic
sport.
football?
No, not Gaelic football even. Tougher than that. It's I forget which European company it is, European country it is, but it could be Spain. It could be either Spain or Italy. Essentially, all these people dressed in medieval garb, and they're punching the crap out of each other. It's like mixed rules fighting in football, and there's about 300 or 400 of them on the pitch.
Jesus.
And there's a football, and they're kicking it back and forth for like 3 or 4 hours.
Sounds more like Blood Bowl.
Yeah, then they can beat the shit out of each other. Yeah, they can start fights and that kind of thing. And sometimes fights will start and like a whole bunch of them will suddenly pull to the middle and they'll all start punching away at each other and it'll calm down and they'll back off and that kind of thing. I was watching it today on a YouTube and I'll go and look for it in a minute. But it had one of those Romance language names. It was like Eternity Fantante against Bradiazzi, and so it's something European, definitely. But like it was so like football, it was so just fucking pagger, just punch the shit out of people. I was like, oh yeah, fucking right. Did you see any of those videos I put up earlier about like all them Irish people fighting and that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, it was called
I'll go back and look from there.
Game of Mobile Homes. It was called. Have a look. Have a look on the Ultras wall. You'll love it.
I will in a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fun way to spend an evening.
Yeah.
But
Joys. Oh, come on, free bastard.
My nephew is now in several different, like, young lad sport teams. Sometimes he plays baseball, football, soccer.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are actually getting the nobody wins rules. A lot of them are actually getting these, no one actually, keeps track of points. They just play for the fun of it. And
or we don't.
And
how long until someone says, "Look, I can't be bothered to do this. Can I just not turn up to this?" And then like
that's what my nephew was getting to. My nephew was like, "Why do we even play? It's not really fun."
Yeah. Just go off with my mates in the woods and fuck about and fire BB guns at each other and shit. or
Pretty much.
rob the local mart. We'll go and do some fucking weed.
We used to buy a bunch of fireworks and shoot fireworks at each other.
Did you see the William Shatner thing?
Mm-hmm.
I actually did see that. That is hilarious. Even William Shatner is getting hit by the.
I got to back him up.
Could you clarify this tweet? The reason is because it sort of sounds racist.
Yeah, I got to back him up on that. I jumped in, well, like as loads of other people did, but I popped in and I said, "Don't you start talking about race until you've made love to a beautiful, what was it, green-skinned alien woman, girl."
Orions.
I said, and that's totally right. Nobody's got a right to question Captain Kirk, considering he's performed so many racial firsts, including the first interracial kiss, on Star Trek, because he kissed a Uhuru once. Yeah, I think.
And Star Trek had.
Yeah,
I believe Aurora was the first actual
interracial kiss, wasn't it? I think.
Not only that, but she was also the first one of the first she was the first leading black lady in the show too.
Yeah, because they didn't talk down to her at all. She was the same as everybody else, and that was a very early thing. It was very social justice, really, but in the way we'd like. In the way we consider social justice. All of us working together and everyone's the same in that.
There was an episode.
Star Trek has always had a penchant for doing that kind of stuff, because even DS9 had one of the first cable televised lesbian kisses.
Yeah.
I think in the original series there was an episode where they would, the evil version of the universe, where everyone had beards, mirror ones, except for Uhura, of course. But in that episode, she pulled a knife on a guy.
Yeah, I remember that. She had a much nicer bodysuit in. Neera was a bit hot in the alternate universe, whereas she was just an annoying Bajoran in the real universe. I used to be some kind of big deal with the rebel forces and shit like that. Now I'm just an annoying, fussy bitch.
Yeah.
She didn't turn me on at all. But
everyone like that
True Woman, and of course T'Pol and 7 of 9. Everyone's turned on by them. And of course,
what the fuck they were wearing? Jesus, it didn't leave a whole lot to the imagination.
No, it certainly didn't. No.
I mean, 7 really had those really good augments left in her in certain areas.
Yeah, it's in all sorts of interesting. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, she had detail.
I honestly don't know. Detail. I honestly think it was kind of silly to put her in that outfit in the first place. This is just my own little opinion. There was actually the episode where she actually was in a Starfleet uniform, and she actually looked really good in that Starfleet uniform. I'm like, there's no reason they couldn't just replicate her in a goddamn Starfleet uniform and just leave her in it.
What would have been cool? Yeah, you put her in a new Starfleet uniform every day, and always her augments grow through the uniform. And at unusual moments, like somebody could be saying something really annoying to her, and suddenly a couple of fucking tentacles would shoot out of her uniform at someone, and she'd pull them back and that kind of thing and go, "Now listen, look, I'm sorry, but..." Or like somebody would turn her on and touch her chest accidentally, and her nipple would pop out and close over and shit like that. Because that would be totally possible with all the Borg technology and shit. And she could be really embarrassed by that shit and run off and stuff, and the captain could come along later and say, "No, I'm really sorry that you were embarrassed by that, and it won't happen again. I've talked to the staff and I've sent them for sensitivity training. Now, can I poke you in the chest so I can see it happen for myself?"
Oh god.
I can never take it seriously.
Go where no man's gone before.
I can never take it seriously because the Borg implants on her forehead, right, just kept on reminding me of those stupid idiots who have the Bluetooth earpieces.
Yeah, look.
It's incredible.
And they never really played it up. All that shit could have done stuff. It could have. They had the technology.
I liked Voyager, but Voyager had so many missed opportunities.
Voyager, yeah.
To it.
Yeah, the captain was a piece of shit. Fucking Janeway. Oh, I would like to beat her to death with a tar iron. Yeah.
There's a couple times I really wanted to like Janeway. I really did. There's a couple times that I did actually like her, but so many times it's like he makes these decisions where it's like, okay, you could have been home already.
Yeah.
Oh, but it was for the safety of my crew. And in the time that you've not gone home, how many have died?
Have you got a crew left?
Your
and there
crew
was like
hates you.
At the start, they're like, we've got 48 torpedoes only. And someone did a YouTube video where they fired like over 300.
You've already started replacing the crew. How many of us are going to get home? Or are you just going to replace the crew and cruise around like some crazy captain in the middle of nowhere forever?
Well, they can
resources in the Borg to do it.
They can actually make new torpedoes. They can just. I mean, remember, it's fucking space. They have space magic. They have replicators. I mean, they can kind of make whatever the fuck they need.
Yeah.
Season 28, the ship is crewed by children.
Yes. Yeah, crazy children with part Borg implants, and they all look like Janeway. Obviously, some bizarre experiment between Janeway and Seven of Nine has happened. Some mad sex incident that involved in the death of the crew, probably in all sorts of porny ways.
My favorite character in the whole series was the Doctor.
I know. He was
actually. Now that I think about it, my favorite character in almost every iteration of Star Trek has always been the Doctor.
What was his catchphrase? Please state the nature of your medical emergency.
No,
Please state the nature of your medical emergency. That's more like it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm a medical doctor. I'm not.
I was doing 7 and 9 on the bomb and I pulled my wanking strings. Oh dear.
Because I mean, I liked the emergency medical hologram doctor from Voyager. I liked Dr. Bashir from DS9. I liked Bones from the original series. The only doctor I really didn't care for was the
doctors.
The only doctor I really didn't like is I didn't like the doctor from the Next Generation.
Who's your favorite captain? Or any captain, anyone who's ever captained a ship ever in the Star Trek universe.
Oh, in the Star Trek universe. Okay, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Because my favorite captain of all time is. I don't know. I really do like Picard.
Yeah.
For many reasons. I mean, I feel that, had they had some better writers, they could have done a lot more with him. He was very diplomatic. He could really talk his way out of many situations, and I mean, come on, any guy who can be bored
and never immediately reacted to anything, did he? He never fired phasers. Yeah.
No, he was just like, let's see. Someone put a difference between Captain Picard and Captain Sisko. Captain Picard gets fucked over by the Borg. He fights his way out. I mean, deborgifies himself, goes off and has a cup of Earl Grey tea.
Yeah. I mean, you touched on Sisko there, who is my favourite.
Captain Sisko gets fucked over by the Borg. What does Sisko do? He goes and designs a ship to fuck the Borg over. He puts more guns on it than any other ship. He goes, you know what? We're going to go kick their asses from here all the way back to the Gamma Quadrant.
Bang. Yeah. That's part of why I like Sisko. His reactions to situations were very human.
I think we can sum Sisko up in this one phrase. He punched Q in the face.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Exactly. This won't work, but this will get my point across.
It's like, Picard...
I just wanted to hit him.
Picard hated Q.
Yeah.
But he also kind of tolerated him, and even at some point played his games, because that's like, he was like that guy in the RPG who was like, okay, this is an annoying situation, but let me kind of play it out and see, if I can make this work, No, freaking Picard would be the Paragon. While Cisco, he pulls that renegade action. She's like, nope, just gonna punch you in the face. Fuck you.
It surprises me that Q would tolerate the same. He would tolerate a behaviour he must have expected from every human being, as in punching him. Would have tolerated it from Cisco and allowed it to actually impact and that kind of thing, or to appear to.
He was actually pretty disappointed in that. He's like, oh, you're not nearly as fun as Picard.
Yeah. Well, did he? Was he? Ah.
I don't know, because he liked Riker, and Riker played his games.
Well, yeah. Well, if you remember, Riker was offered to become Q at one point.
Mm.
Riker is an interesting, one of my favourites, because he has all this potential, all this subdued potential, as an excellent first officer, as not even as a sublimated version of Picard, but as a man who absolutely understands his senior officers' commands and his ideas and his thinking, and can always actually emulate his senior officer in his thinking almost. He's that kind of, not even a yes man, an absolutely perfect extra arm.
Yeah, he's
a wonderful character.
What is the word that we're looking for here? There's a specific word that would describe him very well. He works very well in tandem with his commander.
Yeah.
You can almost anticipate what is needed, and he takes care of other details so Picard or whoever his commanding officer is at the time can focus on the bigger picture.
Yeah, it's very odd. It's like, I would love to have a wonderful term for that role, because I would have loved to be able to find someone who could do that for me.
Yeah, unfortunately,
it is a bro. That role is called a bro.
Pretty much, but
no, it's so much more different.
That same wingman. Anyway, that same premise is also why Riker was kind of hit and miss as a captain, though. Because every time he tried to be a captain, he just tried to be the same as when he was a first officer, and he did all those little detail things that he did before, but he wasn't as good as Picard at keeping a track on the bigger picture and letting his people do the work for him.
Much of that might be down to the fact that the plot demanded it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's always that little nibble there. But I actually think Riker would do good as a captain. He'd need about a year or two of experience as being captain to really get his legs in it. But I think once he actually has a little experience doing it, I think he could actually be a really good captain.
Yeah, or one bloody big war where there's a dearth of captains, and they've got a 2-month fight and a running out member of ships. So he's jumped between ships as they're fighting some implacable enemy and on a constantly retreating front line until they get some clever method that allows them to sort it all out. And by that, he's maybe lost an ear, not an eye. He's lost something, or he's got a scar on his face or something like that. And he's grown up. He's massively grown up. He's been through 6 different ships. He knows everyone in Starfleet. He's made massive contacts, and he's now been promoted due to his wonderful war record. And that's when he needs to be a captain, when he comes out as a sort of...
He's been forged in fire.
Yeah, I
think I do know which my favourite captain is.
Yes.
The TNG episode where there's a singularity, I think, and all these enterprises from different time periods and universes are popping up. Yeah. And then there's that one coming from the Borg-controlled area. He's like, I ain't going back. That's the Riker.
Nope, not going back. Nope.
Fuck that shit.
Nope, not JPEG. Nope.
No, yeah.
But,
no, he's the biggest fuck up. You don't want to be that captain, do you?
No.
They're the people that totally failed.
Yep.
He deserves to go back.
There's been a couple different episodes where different people from TNG have been put into captain roles, and it was kind of interesting. I think one of the most interesting ones was when Data was captain for a while.
I vaguely remember that.
He's captain 2 times.
Yeah, the best scene I remember from that is when he actually had an argument with Worf.
Yes.
Because Worf was arguing with him on the bridge. And Data, in his normal calm tone, brings him into the ready room and pretty much goes, "Look, either support me or get the fuck out." But, he says it in the way that Data would say it, in a very, logical.
I can assure you, Mr. Worf, that I could pick you up and put you through that bulkhead without really trying, despite your Klingon strength and famed ability and courage. That kind of thing, yeah.
But,
and I will take great pleasure in tearing your testicles off as I do it.
Geordi LaForge utterly failed as a captain.
Wait a minute. I leave for 2 seconds, and all I hear is something about ripping off testicles. What?
Oh, I'm so glad you're back. You were the person I was talking about. No.
Let's make this happen. I mean,
I
wasn't planning to go trans, but okay.
No, that was just my lame impression of Mr. Data talking down Mr. Worf as an angry Klingon. I cannot believe you have ordered us into the Gamma Quadrant. What kind of fool are you? Picard would have never permitted this. Type of thing. And assure you I will butt fuck you like a bitch.
He says, "I'm fully programmed in all kinds of butt fucking."
In all kinds of butt fucking, yeah.
Worf was actually captain too, especially in DS9. He captained the Defiant a couple times, and Worf actually made a good captain too.
Yeah, the captain, the ship, the Defiant.
It's a good day to die.
Oh, yeah. A ship like a real ship, like in any of the series, they're always on a sort of mission of discovery and thing, or Starfleet don't make pure warships, do they?
No. Starfleet never made a pure warship up until the Defiant class. All the other ships were big. They were strong. They had good armor, good shields, and good weapons because they knew from experience the galaxy is not a safe place, and you need to be able to defend yourself. But they were always
designed for the exploration, for the journey.
They were always meant to, be like almost small mobile cities, where people could live relatively comfortably. They had family members. They have science areas and medical areas and engineering areas and all sorts of different things like that. The Defiant didn't have any of that. They had a tiny-ass medical bay. The crew quarters were, the classic, Navy bunk style. It didn't have any.
All of that is top of the notch. That's as screwed down as it can be. Yeah,
right. It was pretty much
size is minimal.
Yeah, it's as small as a hole they can make. So it had very little cargo space. Almost all of its cargo was used for weapon magazine storage.
Yeah.
It had no science area to speak of. A tiny medical bay, and it was just pretty much. That meant the biggest guns we can fit on this thing, the biggest engines we can fit on this thing, and let it go to town.
Yep. And that is the perfect design for a spaceship, because I've been playing. I'm up to about nearly 900 hours on Space Engineers, and my latest ship that I built is called the Mundane Map, and it literally is a load of yes.
That's awesome.
And it's one of the many ships I've worked on. Big ones, small ones, bases, all sorts. This is engines. It's a control system, quite a complicated control system that you can use operate at a distance. So you can use this as a drone ship if you want. It is big guns on an extremely powerful engine and a little bit of brain, and that's all you really need in a warship, because it's expendable. It's a gun on legs.
It's pretty much would be a fast Corvette style ship or that kind of or a destroyer type class.
Yeah.
Fast and deadly. Not exactly the most sturdiest thing, but it can get in there and get in a good punch.
Yeah. Mine doesn't even need to get in there because I've killed things at what's the top? I'm going to say 5 kilometers tops, but I've done it about 16.
I think the funnest thing I ever made was a long time ago. I made one.
Hey.
I made one of the fighters from Babylon.
Hey.
Hey.
Is that a new member? Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome to the room.
Hello and welcome to the stream.
Jump in.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually got the
Yoshi.
Have you brought a new subject to the room? If so, you can jump in with that. Otherwise, we'll wander back onto our conversation. I mean, it's up to you.
We were just talking about Star Trek and stuff.
Yeah. You up for that?
Way to put him on the spot, damn. And come in
Sorry,
here with something,
man.
we're going to talk about Star Trek. What you got?
What you got?
What you got, Star Trek man? Yeah. No, it's lovely. Wait, I'm sorry I was so rude, but the thing is, I've not got like the actual window up that we're all in. So if somebody comes in new, I just have to guess. I could go and look, but
But that's work. We're all lazy here.
yeah. I
We're
mean,
all
I'm
silly neckbeards. Like, who expects us to do work? God.
No, right?
Well, I'm not. I don't have a neck beard. I'm perfectly clean shaven. None of us are we?
Get out.
I don't have a neck.
No.
Last time I checked, anyway.
Yeah.
I have
so
more of
it's
the Tony Stark beard going on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we are shaven. Interestingly, you know, I have a little bit of fuzz here and there, but I don't have a beard on my neck. I mean, that would just be lazy.
He's showing off his
See the
beard.
beard that OMFG Ninja had, the guy who did that video?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want that.
Yeah.
Just for a day, you know, just for a day.
Just try it. Yeah. Live with it for a little. See if it. Yeah, for fun. It's obviously not going to fit. It's not going to work. But
You need to shave your head to get it all fit properly.
sorry, I just had to go and look at my group for a little bit. They all seem quite happy.
All right.
Happy little bunch.
Yeah. Where are we? What does anyone want to talk about?
Boobs. Talk about boobs.
No, we're not going to talk about
Kevin.
boobs.
So
Right.
nice.
Who's got their Twitter up? No, I don't mean that in a funny way. Who is looking at Twitter at the moment?
I am looking at Twitter.
Okay, have a look at Twitter and see if there's anything exciting there. We'll talk about that.
boobs aren't exciting?
First picture's a naked lady with boobs, that's exciting.
No.
I okay this.
As a bisexual woman, I have no problem talking about breasts.
Okay, we can talk about
Yeah.
breasts.
Yay!
No, don't.
Welcome to the dark side.
Yes.
I
As a heterosexual cis man who's been celibate effectively for the love of his child for 14 years, I have no problem talking about breasts either. Except, carry on.
I really should love more people, but I don't, and therefore I've got 16 billion OP post-lewd things every once in a while.
This is it. This is why I blocked all the I-team, because of them bloody lewds all the time. You can't have your Twitter open when, like, people walk in your room, and you've got a Twitter with all these degenerate animes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all this, and it's not just normal hot, like it's like all furry people with penises and tits.
And
wait.
there's an extra level to understand.
I have something I wanted to ask about. Did anybody notice Brianna Wu's meltdown over the Hugos?
Well, it's not really even a meltdown, it's an attack, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's
well,
not
no.
melting down at all.
Okay, I'm trying to find a really nice way to say that isn't
Well, she
controversial.
wants to drag us into it, doesn't she?
Gamergate is responsible for everything. Gamergate is the Illuminati.
She thought it would be useful to blame us for the Hugo stuff done by the Sad Puppy organisation. the
That's
Rabbit
just going
Puppy
to give her
organisation.
more money than everything else, I know. I mean, that's Brianna Wu. What do you really expect about that, Freddy?
Exactly.
What is this Sad Puppy thing? Does anybody really know what it is?
Do you want me to go through my Hugo Award explanation thing again? I can do if you like.
I wasn't here for it, so if you don't mind.
No problem. Hugo Awards. Hugo Awards is recognised and established awards in the science fiction novel industry, and has been for a long time, at least 20 odd years, maybe more. I know of them. It's got taken over by SJWs, specifically running out of a company, a publisher called Tor Novels, and they've taken over the suggestion of the nomination of books and writers to be considered for Hugo Awards. They've taken that over for years, and recently other authors have realised that it's destroying the standard of science fiction. So people like I can't remember all the names because I've had to drink tonight. But the science fiction authors have banded together and tried to refuse this by forming their own group called the Sad Puppies and the Rabbit Puppies, who have presented their own raft or slate, as they call it, of nominations of interesting books to be put up for the award. Now, the other side are complaining because this has never happened before, and they thought they pretty much were winning this every year by the things they suggested. And so they've got very angry about this. Now, there's always been this tussle between SJWs and normal science fiction writers in the science fiction community for a while, for 10 years maybe longer. It's like Gamergate, but it's slightly different. But we have to support it. We absolutely have to support it. The same as we have to support Metalgate and comics and every other area of the culture war, because if we don't fight back all over the culture, then we lose it all everywhere. So that's my feelings on it. And may ask me questions as you like, and I'll try and be more specific. If anyone likes to. I'm done.
I guess that I have to agree with you on that, especially with everything that's going on with the change the cover thing, especially. I mean, I think it's funny that I've read the comic books. I love The Killing Joke. It was a phenomenal read. Notice the people who always bring up the rape, always bring up it's always the same type of goony neck beard.
Well, no, it's feminist, isn't it, really, who are bringing up these rapes. It's not goony neckbeards. I don't know.
It's usually brought out by the feminists, but it's usually defended by the people, and that's my issue.
Well, there's a few white knights, but I don't know where you're going here.
What I'm trying to say is, if you would have looked at the comic book, anyone, even if you know nothing about these things in the comic books.
No, nothing.
The first thing that you do, you don't assume rape. It's always the same accusation. Oh, it's rape.
Yes.
No one said this. Where did you come from with this?
Well, remember, they see rape everywhere.
Yeah, they do see rape everywhere. And I mean, they do that as a way to get their edge, their arm into these organizations to force something out of them in the way of either publicity or whatever they can get. continuing publicity, and hopefully, if they can, get an edge in there. Like, as somebody get some money out of them. Do you know what I mean? Get a donation. Get whatever you can. They're doing that all the time. They hit people and they try and hit them up for a donation and try and hit them up for support so you can prove that you don't hate all these issues that they claim to represent.
So it's like the David Draymond thing from the other day.
Well, yeah. I mean, in some ways, but yeah, I don't quite see what you mean in terms of that. It's like that. But
the David Draymond thing the other day.
Well, he wanted to divert us, maybe, but I don't think that was particularly cruel. I think he wanted to divert us because it mattered to him, and he was a little bit upset that we didn't want to immediately jump and help him. But we were fair enough not to, and I think in the end he understood. So I wouldn't say
he did.
Similar.
I'm just saying, I'm noticing like a lot of these same tactics in every front, and you would think anyone would just sit there and be like, no, that's not rape, or no, this isn't, us trying to corner the market. It's just you.
Yeah, but you get shouted down. You're assuming people can speak in isolation without people around them, and without other people's, there to say, no, what you're saying is wrong, and people can talk you down. I mean, I almost did it there. I jumped in and disagreed with you, and sort of raised my voice, even though I still was making a logical point, and it probably wasn't rude. But you could imagine if 5 or 6 people did that at once who disagreed with you, it would feel. I don't know quite what I'm saying here, but
no, I get exactly what you're saying. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, me personally, I'd tell you to eat a dick. You're not going to shout me down, but it's just, you would think all these people who, like Marvel, why would you kowtow to this? You have the strength. You don't need to kowtow to them, but they do, and it's sad.
The reason why Marvel and DC do this is not because they're kowtowing, but it's because they're using the outrage themselves to profit short term. Because later on you'll notice that they'll do something again. They'll know it'll piss off some feminists, so they'll introduce it and then they pull back.
Yeah.
So they get the initial cost, and they've been doing it from. Hence why comic books have been going down the drain, because they've been relying.
You think there is an actual way that they already know to manipulate stories like this to their own benefit? Explain to us how that works. That when somebody comes up to them and goes, "Your thing is sexist," how do they manipulate that to their advantage? A rough explanation, because this would be extremely useful to Gamergate to be able to throw this back at dev companies.
Well, they've got they had this cover, right, and they know full well that it links back to the Killing Joke.
Yeah.
Even though it's from a different series, they know what this means, and they know that someone out there will have an issue with it, particularly feminists. Well, will have quite a big dislike for it. At the very least, it will get into magazines. Or now, what they're really hoping is to get mainstream.
So they hope for
coverage.
controversy in the initial stage by irritating feminists.
Yep.
When Gamergate complain about it, how do you feel they deal with that as an issue? Do they just ignore that because they think, well, Gamergate aren't going to do much, they don't have the same pull as the feminists?
Well,
or our fans don't care. They'll do what they're told.
They can't really get the outrage going with the Gamergate people, because you might be able to outrage Gamergate people like once. You can't continually do it like you can with the feminists, because next month they could pull something else and the feminists will be totally pissed at it, and then the month after that they can do the same thing. Gamergate don't really, since we're not all ideologically the same, we're not all going to get pissed.
Yeah, you're right there. That's an interesting point. There is no one single situation that will annoy all of Gamergate. you could be incredibly sexist in a video, or transphobic in a video, or Republicanophobic in a video, and it won't offend all of Gamergate in
That's
any
why
way,
some
shape,
people
or
got.
form.
That's why some
Yeah.
people got irritated at David Draymond, while the others didn't give a shit. Some got
some of
irritated
us,
at Obsidian, the other ones don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see, actually, it would drag us off into a whole new area as that form of shilling diversion goes. I mean, I think a
Feminists
lot
are
of
far more
people felt
useful.
he was diversion shilling us, but he kind of wasn't. He actually just did believe it and wanted to get some cooch back, get some bang back for his bucks. But let's face it, he's just said some good stuff here and there on Twitter, really. He hasn't really done a lot for Gamergate, ever. Sorry.
At the very least, he says open up Gamergate to his supporters, and that's good enough.
Yeah. So we
Just spread the
had
message
our
a bit.
fun with him. Are you messaging him now on Twitter? That's always a good thing to do in a podcast, fuck about on Twitter whilst you're talking. Tweet bits.
Just call out people on Twitter, get them pissed, so they come look at your stream and spread your message. That's just it. Like a year from now on, you could continue and just keep on pissing the feminists off, and still profit from every single one.
Yeah.
We've got some new. Which we got 2 people new. Sorry.
Oh, excellent. Welcome to the room. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah. Ooh. Somebody's got a wonderful animated GIF as there. So
Can you guys hear me?
Olsen? Is that? Or who's who? It's got Imran and Olsen, is it? Welcome to the room. Whoever are all now. Ozya, are you back?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, good. So, who wants to... Would anyone new like to say anything?
No, I'm just sitting back and listening to
Okay,
the
well, just jump in as you like then.
Cool.
Yeah, just yell at us whenever you want to.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Yeah. All right, works.
Excellent.
Yes. Oh, so that was the noise I heard earlier. Who are you, and what would you like? Come and talk to us. What's your name? Hello, fella. You were just jumped in there. Come back in. No. Oh well.
Maybe he can't hear us.
Maybe not. Where were we?
Yes.
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 Yes. Where were we? This is annoying. I'm not going to do another of these. Just anyone can jump into streams before, because this just doesn't work, does it? It was meant to be a lazy Sunday stream, and it has worked in that respect.
Oh yes.
We've all had a nice drink. Don't be polite, jump in if you want.
It's alright.
Sargon's not got another stupid. I mean, weak and stupid. And one of the topics is ISIS declare war on skinny jeans.
Have they? Oh, right.
Didn't they display some more statues and stuff recently?
Well, you never say that around Sargon, because like the city they destroyed recently is Nineveh, and do you know who built Nineveh?
Sargon.
Yeah. Basically, so it's like they smashed his fucking city down. You can bet he's pissed off.
Oh, I can imagine.
I can imagine, yeah. Like I never got to see it. Isn't that annoying? It's just like,
But really, when your favorite city's in the Middle East, it's something bound to happen there.
It was the most horrible, obscene act of barbarity.
Marxist in Turkey. Spelling correction equals microaggressions.
That reminds me, somebody actually legitimately got offended because I called them a grammar Nazi once.
Oh dear. People.
What exactly were they offended? Like, what exactly was it about that offended you so much about that?
Oh, they just said I shouldn't use, you know, how is it that they told me something about using Nazis and equating them to you know, to Hitler, and I'm like, it's just a phrase. It's not meant to be saying, oh well, you're Hitler. It's just meant to be saying, you know, you correct people on their grammar all the time, and it's just out of place.
Be the same person who gets up PC Master Race people saying Master Race.
Exactly.
If you got an issue, you're a console person. That's about it.
I'm a little bit of both. I like consoles and I like my PC games. So what
I
is
like playing all the old console games. Well, if I was a social justice warrior, I would call you a race traitor.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll work.
Yeah, anyway. No, I got nothing. Head's not working. It's currently 6:35 a.m. in the morning here. It's not good for me.
It's about 3:30 in Memphis, Tennessee.
It's daytime now.
I'm sitting here playing Cities Skylines because it is an awesome game of awesomeness.
It is an awesome game.
Did you guys see the Silverstream Media video from that cuck?
Which cuck? There's so many cucks.
The president actually did a presentation. I've been trying to verify what presentation he actually spoke this at, but I haven't been able to get any confirmation on where he actually spoke this one at.
So something Silverstream, I mean like President Obama?
No, damn it. What's his name? Lucas J.W. Johnson. It's on the Ultras page.
Okay. I mean, I've got so many videos to make, it's not funny. I'm probably going to add this one to it. Okay. There's just so much on the Ultras page.
Most
Did find a
recent
nice
I saw
picture.
was, sorry, saying.
Oh, you go first, mate. Sorry.
No, the most recent thing I saw was that guy comparing us to neocons.
The one. I saw the picture. Something from Archivist Geek. Is that? It's got the same picture of 8-Bit Becca. It's not the same person, is it? It can't be. Is it?
Yeah.
You remember 8-Bit Becca?
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah, 8-Bit. But
She was the
a lot of 8-Bit people, but yeah.
Yeah, she was the video game archivist that got her funding taken away.
Yes, but I think she was just trying to piggyback on our to excuse the pun, on our issue.
Mm.
You know, archiving video games. It's easily done, isn't it? It's just code. I mean, what's she gonna do? Like, she's archiving consoles and stuff like that, wasn't she? But it's not going to be needed in the future. I mean, they're only going to be museum pieces. It's not a big deal to us. Is what I felt. I felt she was piggybacking. A lot of other people did, and she wandered off, really.
And there's only like 30 years of history, really, of video games.
Exactly.
And really, when you're archiving anything, what you really want is you want to keep the things that make a giant impact.
Yeah.
Not Pac-Man.
I think museums will already do a very good job of packing away cassettes and old Mega Drives and Atari consoles and VIC-20s. I think they're already going to do enough of a good job of that to preserve them for the future. And I think as this is a medium that's worked from them, and we have all the schematics and all the production details all stored digitally anyway. Yeah. What does it matter? It's not like something of history. It's not like something the Normans made that we've forgotten how to do that we'll never be able to do again. It's us archiving stuff that isn't even old yet.
Yeah. How much importance have they put on, say, archiving like movies? Because most of the movies that I see, really the old ones that someone have kept, are either in private collections, or have just been found in some backlot.
Yeah, and some of it is just absolute shite. We shouldn't save for the future. I mean, there are awful movies, aren't there? Like, as well as anything with any merit that even is poo. Like, you know, the stuff that's just made by amateur actors.
Yeah. All those game collections, like 300 games for like $5. It's like, no, when you get that, you need to burn that.
I mean, we don't need to
erase that from history.
Yeah. I mean, there's other also ran that really isn't indicative of what was actually happening at the time. And that kind of stuff doesn't need archiving. You don't need every crazy piece of shit that you ever... It's like every time someone wrote wank on a piston siphon assistant, are you going to save that throughout history? Every time a Roman wrote cunt on a wall.
There's an idea. We should start up an archiving thing where we just archive messages people have written on walls. Yeah. Yeah. So like, you know, call Shelley for a good time. We need to archive this shit.
I kind of do that anyway, don't I? Like half of Facebook is about like archiving dank memes and curating the May.
That's right.
And it always has been. Right.
Oh, talking about memes.
Have you seen? No. Oh right. Yeah. You carry on. Yeah.
Christopher Poole, Moo. He was talking about Icon has cheeseburgers.
Yes. Where
the whole cat meme thing came out of 4chan. And 4chan doesn't make any money. It's pretty crap when it comes to monitoring. Right. But Icon has cheeseburgers. They became popular, and then they managed to raise $30 million.
Yeah.
To increase, to work on their site, right? And what Christopher Poole said is, if you're raising $30 million, right, that suggests that your website is worth over $100 million. And this is a website dedicated to pictures of cats.
Yeah. And not only that, I mean, it's not just that at all.
Oh, it's expanded out from cats, but that's where it came from.
Yeah, but that's where it came from. But, like, again, this is one of those SJW lies where they misrepresent you quite slightly. I want to put something in the chat of this room about, do you remember when I was explaining the football earlier? Like, this sport is called Calcio Florentino. It must be Italian. Let me just
Yes, that's
side room.
Florence or something.
Oh look, there's Monsieur Blanc again. Is he going to join us again? I hope so. He's a lovely chap. Very, very intelligent. And he can command the room. Which is nice. Who wants to jump in and talk? Big space.
Oh, wait on. Did you...
No idea. I'm just playing
What?
Total War Attila right here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get this
Streaming
video.
it too. I'm streaming it while listening to this stream.
Is that a good
What
game?
did you think? Total War Attila. I think it's alright.
I think it's pretty good. I think they fixed a lot of the problems that Total War Rome had.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more like within, like a lot more in your court. There's a lot more actions you can do. There's a lot more like political interpolitical things you can do to kind of spice the game up. The game is fairly interesting because unlike almost every other game, there's already two very large starting powers. Western and Eastern Rome both control together probably about a third of the map.
Yeah. And so how does that work out? I mean, what's the implications of that? Does that mean that anyone...
Both the Romes, because they start off with so much room, they make very, very easy targets. They can just really be just like kind of feasted upon for a while. They also added a new thing where you can actually have. Ow! I'm getting artillery now. You can actually have node cities. You can actually be nomadic. So you can actually go and just wander around. You have each army has their own camp that they can build up and produce units from and stuff, and you can move through territories and stuff like that. And really quite interesting.
No, it was. I mean, but the whole game system of Total Rome was very nice. Getting these armies together in these big battles, and getting in there right when it was happening is one of the biggest thrills of it. You set it all up, and then you can go in and have a little spoon around and look. To add that extra dimension of
absolutely
of a tactical map on top is excellent, is genius. And it sounds like they've gone a little bit further as well. So,
I really think so.
I've totally forgotten what we're talking about because I'm really quite drinking. Where are we at now? Who's here?
I mean, like I said, I'm actually streaming it right now. If anyone would like to take a little look to see how it flows. That's totally up to y'all, though.
I can't watch someone else's stream right now because it would muck everything up. I'd get a load of noise troubling in.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being a kind of an issue. Kind of a big issue, actually.
To be honest, we've been going along a long while and we're not really,
I will just leave this here as I, shield myself.
No, it's all good. I'm just thinking, how we're doing with the podcast and how, I might close it off really. If people
that's what you
aren't
want to
too
do.
bothered.
That's what you want to do. Might be a good time to end it.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about anything interesting in a while, and I do need to get some sleep and shit.
Well, sleep is a good thing to get from time to time.
Yeah, I was gonna leave it going, but I don't know how to mute it and leave it going, So. Does anyone mind?
Anyway.
Yeah, let's turn this off then. It's been a good night.
It has.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
See you later, guys.
Yeah.
Laters.
Laters. Sleep well, everyone. Thanks
You
for
too.
listening.
Absolutely. Oh, it's a fun time.
Good night, all.